Sox. Tonight, the spotlight is on two American League MVP candidates. The multi-talented slugger and Major League RBI leader from the Detroit Tigers, Miguel Cabrera. He leads the Tigers in search of a sweep here in Chicago. And the White Sox most valuable player candidate, Paul Konerko. 37 homers, top 5 in home runs and RBIs. It's ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell. It feels like autumn in Chicago. Although neither of these ball clubs will be heading into October baseball, it's the Tigers and the White Sox. The White Sox going for a sweep of this 3-game series in Chicago. Hello, everyone. I'm John Miller, along with ace right-hander Orel Hershiser, and one of my favorites, and one of the all-time greats, second baseman Joe Morgan. In fact, two of the best you've ever seen. Big game players, big game pitcher, and we're ready for Sunday Night Baseball. Bring it on. Now, the Tigers were a contender in the American League Central Division going into the second half of the season, but they had terrible injury problems suddenly, and they quickly faded. Joe, one constant for the Tigers this year has been the great season turned in by the fabulous Miguel Cabrera.
Well, John, he is a great hitter, and a lot of people judge great hitters in different ways. Some people judge a hitter by batting average. If so, he's hitting .329. Others judge him by home runs. He has 34 home runs. I judge a player by run production. He has produced a lot of runs. He leads the league in RBIs with 118. He's second in the league in run scores with 102. That adds up to a lot of run production. And he also leads the league in on-base percentage at .421. And when you talk to the Tigers, they say no one has been more valuable to their team than has Miguel Cabrera to the Detroit Tigers. So he is definitely a candidate for MVP.
So, and he will be trying to help the Tigers get a sweep in this series. White Sox would just like a win right now. They have not won all week long, even though they've been home. Cabrera will be up against White Sox left-hander John Danks. Danks going to be real tough against right-handed hitters. Good matchup. Meanwhile, right-handed Jeremy Bonderman will go for the Tigers, and Orel Bonderman will be up against another MVP candidate for having a great year for Detroit, or for the White Sox, and that is the slugger, Paul Konerko.
Yeah, he is having that MVP type year. The statistics are off the charts in the top 6 in all 3 Triple Crown categories, but he personifies the White Sox, the toughness, the professionalism. Take us back to Thursday. Carl Pavano comes up and in on him, and it hits him in the face. Specifically, this ball hits him in the nose. The nose is bleeding. He gets some treatment. He stays in the game. The first pitch of the next at-bat, fastball up, home run. Keeps his nose in there on the ball and hits it out. His 363rd home run of his career, 234 home runs for Ozzie Guillen. That is a big decision for the White Sox. He is a free agent at the end of the year. We'll see if this MVP-type candidate is back with the White Sox again next year.
So two players, each an MVP candidate, each having a great season. We'll see them both here tonight. John Danks, the left-hander, heading in to try and end up this White Sox losing streak, and he'll be facing Miguel Cabrera right away in the first inning.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball is presented by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. And in part by Lee. Getting comfortable never looked so good.
in Chicago, home of the White Sox. The White Sox have taken the field. We're about ready to get started here. We will be, as well as bringing you this ball game, reviewing American League candidates for the various major awards. And we've got some of those candidates in play here tonight. Also, Joe and Oral will break down the pitch that's been called the great equalizer, the changeup, as we go along. Jim Leyland, veteran manager of the Tigers, 5th season at the helm of the Tigers. And let's take a look at the batting order turned in by Jim Leyland, presented by Taco Bell. The Rookie of the Year candidate, he's been outstanding all year long, out of the Yankees organization, acquired in trade in the offseason, center fielder Austin Jackson. Second baseman Scott Sizemore, game-winning home run yesterday. Ryan Rayburn in left, he's been red hot lately. Miguel Cabrera, MVP candidate, and what a season he's had at first base. Johnny Peralta, former Cleveland Indian, at short. Casper Wells, a young right fielder, hitting 6th. Brandon Inge, the veteran, at 3rd, hitting 7th. Brennan Bosch had a great first half as a rookie. He's the DH. And Gerald Laird, the catcher, batting 9th.
Miguel Cabrera, production in the middle of the order, one of the all-time greats as far as the voice of the Tigers now. He's up there with Hank Greenberg. As 3 times Hank Greenberg had more than 30 home runs and 45 doubles. Well, that's what Mr. Cabrera has done this year.
Cabrera up 4th in the inning. So whether he'll bat in the first inning or not, I think I was being hopeful. Okay, we're anxious to see him, but he'll only come to bat here if somebody gets on base against this man, John Danks. And there's ball 1 off the outside. We are underway here at the home of the White Sox, U.S. Cellular Field.
John, I think Austin Jackson has done a fabulous job for the Detroit Tigers, because starting in center field and hitting leadoff on a championship-type team, I mean, that's very difficult for a young kid to do, and he's hit around 300 the entire year. I mean, I think he's just had a fabulous year.
Right center field, carrying well, and caught on the warning track by Alex Rios. That one kept going and going. 1 away. White Sox on the field, back of Danks. And here's the way they look. On the field, Juan Pierre in left, Alex Rios in center. Carlos Quentin is the right fielder. Brent Morel, the rookie third baseman. Alexi Ramirez at short. Brent Littlebridge is at second, and Paul Konerko at first. A.J. Przinsky, the catcher, back of the plate, working with John Danks. And the count is 0-1 to Sizemore. Scott Sizemore hit a 3-run homer here yesterday in the 8th inning, and that broke a 3-3 tie. Sizemore, who broke his foot early on this year, and for much of the season he'd just been trying to recuperate from that. So he's moving around real well now. He bounces one foul back behind the plate. This was yesterday. Came up as a pinch hitter against left-hander Chris Sale, who had just come in for the bullpen, and he launched it. Sale had not given up many of those. He'd been pitching extremely well.
What you usually find with the young hitters, especially on the Tigers, is that they can handle the fastball very well. And we saw that there. Fastball down, and he launched it.
A little slight uppercut with that fastball. Good low ball hitter.
Right to third, and Morel gets the out at first. 2 men down.
Well, Danks Johnny's had a fabulous year considering all the things the White Sox have gone through, but he has struggled lately, giving up 7 home runs in his last 6 ball games, and he's lost 3 of his last 4 starts, but he still has an, one-loss record of 13-11. So he was doing very, very well, but I mean, he's the kind of guy that uses this changeup that we're going to talk about later on. He has to have the changeup to be effective.
Ryan Rayburn and a fastball cutting off the inside corner for ball 1. Danks has been much tougher on right-handed hitters, really, than on lefties, which goes against the normal percentage lefties have hit 280 against him, but right-handers hitting only 216.
But I think that's where the changeup comes in. It keeps the right-handed hitters off balance.
Carlos Quentin, and it's a 3-up, 3-down inning, and he does not have to face Miguel Cabrera. Now the White Sox to bat against Bonderman. Paul Konerko would be due up fourth. There's Juan Pierre, the leadoff man, installed in the lineup by his manager, Ozzie Guillen. Ozzie, the only White Sox manager, now in his 7th season as manager, the only one since almost 100 years ago to actually win a World Series with the White Sox. Juan Pierre leads off in left field. The Sox lineup presented by Taco Bell. Alexi Ramirez at short. Alex Rios in center field. Paul Konerko having the monster season at first base. A.J. Brzezinski, the veteran catcher. Carlos Quentin, very powerful in right field. Mark Teahan, the designated hitter. Brent Morel, the rookie third baseman, and Brent Lillibridge, the second baseman, batting ninth. And here's Bonderman's first pitch to the speedy Juan Pierre. That one is in for a called strike. When they brought in Pierre, Joe, I think the hope was for Ozzie Guillen that they wouldn't be such a one-dimensional ball club, that they'd be able to manufacture runs when they weren't hitting home runs.
Well, he did not get off to a good start, meaning Pierre, but he has been playing much better. But he leads the league with 58 stolen bases, but he's also been caught 18 times. He leads the league in that category as well. So not your great base stealer or great percentage that you expect from someone like Pierre.
So he's up around a little over 75% success.
Correct. But I think that, as I said before, 75 is good for average guys, but if you're going to be one of the top base stealers, you need to be up around 80%.
So if you're going to be stealing and taking that many chances,
right,
you'd like to see him a little more successful. I'm going to tell him.
Well, Coco Crisp, for instance, has a 91% stolen base rate, 91.4 to be exact.
But not nearly as many attempts.
Right.
I'll tell you, when you face the White Sox, I like seeing speed at the top of their order, though, compared to all the boppers. As a pitcher, it's almost more dangerous to face somebody that has that speed and can create runs against you, because against the bigger and the more powerful players and batters, if you make good pitches, you a lot of times get them out. But these guys, wherever they hit it, sometimes wherever they flick it, they're on base and causing you havoc.
That's foul off the left field line. I still, if it's late in the game and I'm the White Sox, I need a steal, I still would feel pretty confident in Juan Pierre.
Well, Juan Pierre is smart enough to know that late in the ballgame in those situations, he has to make sure that he gets a great jump so that he will be safe.
In shallow right field and under the glove of Sizemore. He got out onto the grass. It's almost as if he anticipated another hop, as if it were still on the red clay, and it didn't come up for him.
Well, he didn't have, in his mind, he didn't have time to get in front of it, So he plays it off to the side. You see, he doesn't get in front of it, and he doesn't get down on it. So the ball just kind of rolled underneath his glove.
You got to get down tonight.
Yeah, you got to get down if you're going to be an infielder, a middle infielder especially.
So now Pierre's aboard, and I'm expecting him to see that, do that thing he does so well. 517 steals in his career, more than any other active player. Although still 172 behind Joe Morgan. Just for the record.
Okay. I didn't bring my calculator.
Do you know your stolen base percentage? What it was?
No.
I don't know it either.
Yeah.
We'll find that out. I bet you it's close to 80.
I bet it is too.
I thought it was in the upper 80s.
Yeah, I think it is.
Probably. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I'm sure it is, but I can't remember exactly what
So
it
you
was.
didn't know it, but you're sure it is.
No, I'm sure it's over 80.
I got you.
I just don't know what the number is.
I have a vague memory. One time, late at night, way after a game, we were in Chicago. You told me it was like 107%.
No, I don't remember. I just know it was over 80.
You're exactly right. It was over 80. It was 81%.
Okay, see,
that's awesome.
That's what I was looking for.
A little bird told me in my ear.
Yeah.
You got thrown out 162.
Oh no! Don't say that. That doesn't sound. Hey, that doesn't sound good.
Over how many years?
Gone back to the dugout.
Yeah.
162.
How many years you play? 20. That's not bad at all.
Yeah, but still, that's a lot.
8 a year?
That's 8. Yeah.
That's almost like just once a month. 1.2 a month.
Yeah. I think it went. Your percentage went down when you got into your 40s.
I'm sure it did.
A lot of those came when you were 45.
I'm sure.
Pierre back to the bag at first.
Yeah, I'm sure it went down. I even started going in head first. It's trying to get there quicker.
By the way,
tried anything.
By the way, we're talking about Joe in his 40s and this and that. It's his birthday.
Oh, it is.
Happy birthday, Joe.
September 19th.
Thank you very much. And yours was September 16th.
Yeah,
we weren't working on yours.
Yeah, I like that. I don't want to work on my birthday.
I got 2 guys with birthdays this week, and not a single birthday cake have I seen yet.
What are you doing here? It's your birthday.
So happy birthday.
All right.
John was trying to say that we're the same age, or I was 3 days older. I'm like, what?
And speaking of birthdays, our buddy Ed Farmer, he's over next door to White Sox announcer, and his wife's birthday is today, Barbara.
Base hit for Ramirez, and Pierre over to second. Never did steal, and finally Ramirez just said, well, okay, I'm just going to go ahead and swing. And they've got 2 men on against Bonderman, and the power hitters are coming up.
And that is something that a lot of first and second place hitters have to do. If you're going to steal a base, you have to work together. The second place hitter obviously has to give you a chance to steal, or if you're not going to steal, go ahead and hit.
Did you have signals sometimes?
Of course.
With the guy behind
I always had signals to let him know if I was going to go right away.
So if you got the signal, he'd take a pitch for you.
Yeah.
Here's Alex Rios, and it's ball 1. Rios hitting .285, 21 homers, 85 runs batted in. Also, an added benefit with Rios, he's an excellent center fielder, and he has 33 steals to go. He's got that combination of speed and power.
And it was interesting because last year, remember, they picked him up on waivers from Toronto. Didn't have to give up a player, but they had to pick up the salary. And in doing so, yeah, it's a big risk. But, it's paid off for him so far this year.
He is only the 4th White Sox player ever to have that combination of 20-plus homers and 20-plus steals, joining Tommy Agee, Ray Durham, Maglio Ordonez, who, by the way, is currently on the Tigers, although on the disabled list. That's off the foot. Foul ball. 2-1 the count to Alex Rios, and Paul Konerko having such a spectacular year on deck. This Konerko. So Konerko coming up next. Nobody's going to try anything in terms of taking a chance on the bases now, are they?
Well, I think if you play the game the right way, you just play it the same way all the time and let things happen. By that I mean if he thinks he can steal third base, steal third base. Makes it easier for Rios to get him in. You may not have to wait for Konerko to hit it out of the ballpark. As old saying, I think you just play the game.
Well, if you're Pierre, is this a good count on which to take off? 3-1?
Well, I mean, I'm not saying he could read the pitcher. You have to be able to read the pitcher because you cannot be thrown out.
He's not running. And the foul.
Well, it's interesting. We'll see with Ozzie. It's 3 balls, 2 strikes now. Will he run him? I know Tommy Lasorda used to love to hit and run in this count. I'm not a fan of it because the line drive, the risk doesn't, outweighs the reward.
Triple play if the runners go here.
That's what I mean. And that's what most managers do not like to hit and run in this situation. But I remember Tommy Lasorda loved to hit in this situation.
It does seem like sort of the least likely scenario. The guy hit a line drive right at somebody if they ran. 3-2. There's Pierre with his lead from second. They are running. Into the hole and through the hole. And that will get a run home. Pierre easily scores. 1-0 White Sox with Konerko coming up.
Well, good job by Rios. I mean, you don't have to steal the base. You put a runner in motion, sometimes it opens up a hole, but the shortstop is not covering. The hole is already there, and he doesn't move. And the ball just finds a hole on the left side. Good job by Pierre to realize where the ball is and keep coming. This must be a very hard infield because those are high bounces, and it goes through there very quickly.
Juan Pierre reached on the error, and he has scored the first run of the game. And here is Konerko having such a big year. And that fastball in there for a called strike from Bonderman. Now, each club thinks their guy should be the MVP. The White Sox make a strong case for Konerko. And your demonstration, I think, in the open of the telecast, Oral, is one of the things that the White Sox point to, that he's not only a prolific offensive player hitting big home runs and whatnot, driving in runs, but he's tough and he's a leader in the clubhouse. That's out of play.
His statistics have always been very good. Never really at the top of the class, but this year he's really put it together. In the top 6 categories for the Triple Crown, the 321 average is 6, so it keeps him out of the top 5, but the 105 RBIs is up there and the 37 home runs. But he is the face of this organization. And they've got a big decision coming up with his free agency looming.
And you say the face, there's a little more to his nose than normal. He's still got some swelling after getting hit on the nose the other day. Right to third and off the glove of Inge. And the runners having to hold Rios, and they do not get the double play. Konerko, I think, did not realize that ball had hit off the glove of Inge. I think he thought he just hit into a line drive out, but the ball was retrieved by the Tiger shortstop Peralta, and he got the force out on Rios at second, and then I don't know that Sizemore realized that he had a chance to get Konerko still at first.
Well, in any case, you're supposed to go to a bag. He had time, but then Cabrera wasn't at the bag. So anytime a line drive is hit, you're in middle infielder or first baseman, you head behind the runner. And Konerko thought he'd lined into a double play, he thought. And as we saw, he wasn't able to come up with it. Inge wasn't able to hold on to it, but it still should have been a double play. Because the runner from first couldn't break and the runner from second could not break. But Cabrera was not at first base.
Peralta and Sizemore up the middle really didn't freeze on the play. They continued to play it out, but they were like the only 2 players on the field to continue to play the ball.
Right.
Everyone else was confused by their original anticipation of what happened.
So when Sizemore got to throw at second, and as we see Konerko, he thought the ball was caught by Inge. He's like, oh, man, are you... Oh, wait a minute.
Well, he never did get up to full speed.
But Sizemore, it looked to me like he actually got to throw at second, and then he looked at third.
Yeah.
Not really aware that Konerko wasn't running at first.
But you know what happens a lot of times if you're the first baseman or you're the second baseman on a play like that, there's a line drive. You're running to get behind the runner and maybe you're not watching the ball. You're running you don't see him drop it. That's the only thing I can believe, because you're supposed to head for a bag. Now, the second baseman should go here, and he should go there when the ball's hit. He goes there, but Cabrera never went to first base. But, I mean, even if the ball's hit and is caught, it could have been a triple play.
Yep.
So Cabrera should have been going to first base.
A.J. Brzezinski, runners at first and third, one out. There's Inge. Oh, what a play. But tagging up, heading home is Ramirez, and he scores.
Man, what a great throw, though.
Over to second goes Konerko. 2-0 White Sox. It'll be a sacrifice fly for Brzezinski.
Man, you don't make a better play than what Inge made there. And then threw a strike to the plate. I mean, that was unbelievable. Good job by Rios to tag up. But, I mean, I don't understand. I mean, this is a great play. Watch, he catches it. He rolls over. Now, when he comes up, look at this. He throws a strike to the plate. If anything, the catcher should have been back closer to home plate to make the catch. Then there would have been no place for Ramirez to go.
As it was, a nice slide by Ramirez.
Yeah, because he was over here. If he's waiting at the plate and the ball was in the air. So we've seen a couple of good plays by Detroit and a couple of plays that could have been made better.
Explain this to me. The line drive right at Inge, he doesn't catch.
Right.
But that ball that looked impossible, he's battling the tarp. That one he catches. Carlos Quentin, very powerful, although he has been sort of the enigmatic figure in the White Sox batting order. He gets hot. He can carry the club for a while. He got 25 home runs in only 428 at bats, but his batting average only 236.
Well, a couple of years ago, when he was headed for the MVP and got hit in the wrist, it seems like he has not gotten back to that era where he was hitting line drives to all fields. He still hit the ball out of the ballpark, but he's not as good a hitter for average as he was then.
Actually, he was frustrated at the plate and actually sort of punched his bat.
Yeah, well, he hit it.
That broke his.
We were here. Remember, he hit it with an open hand, though, so it wasn't like he was all really that mad. He just kind of hit it with an open hand, and he broke his hand.
It's interesting that his power has returned, but his average hasn't.
Yeah.
Because usually when you have those hand injuries, that they can make contact, but you lose your power.
Runner at second, 2 runs in for the White Sox. Jeremy Bonderman. And Bonderman, his head must be swirling around out there like, what is going on? This has been a really weird inning.
Yeah, the ground ball in the hole hurts him, but he gives up the line drive, but they don't get a double play or triple play. And he pitches on the edge now. In the last 3 years, he has been very tough for him to be competitive out there. His velocity is way down. He barely touches 90 now, where he used to be a power pitcher around 93, 94. And these are the kind of innings, when the defense doesn't help him out, that he is walking a tightrope. He needs to pitch and hit his locations to really have good outings.
He was 14-8 in that 2006 season where the Tigers won the pennant. Down the left field line. That ball is foul. Bad luck there for Quentin. Would be extra base hit into the corner. Rayburn giving chase, but it would not stay fair. But I remember in that division series where the Tigers, who were not favored to beat the Yankees in 2006, they lost the first game in the best-of-5 series and then ran the table, and Bonderman just shut down the Yankees. And all of a sudden it was, wow, Bonderman, this guy is one of the emerging stars of the game. Threw hard, he had great slider, great stuff. But he's had a lot of arm troubles the last 3 years.
And unfortunately, that's what can happen to young pitchers. That's why you're always they're trying to protect them and thinking about ways to make them stronger without putting too much pressure on their arms.
So the walk to Quentin. The inning goes on. Bonderman's already thrown more than 30 pitches in the inning. 2006, 14 regular season wins and that big shutdown job of the Yankees in the postseason. But starting in 2007, 1 game under 500. His ERA is almost 5. And sometimes it seems like he's spent almost as much time recuperating from injuries as pitching.
In 06, that season continued, of course, because of the postseason. He had a huge jump in innings from 2005 to 2006, almost 45 innings. So That's the thing that a lot of people are looking at, kind of the new ground rules of how to bring young pitchers around, only increasing their innings from 20 to 30 as we build them up and get them used to the whole big league season and 35 starts and 200 innings.
By the way, the plate umpire, Jeff Nelson, did rule that Quentin was hit by that pitch, so it was not a walk. He officially goes to first base having been hit by the pitch. 2 men on, 2 men out. 2 runs in, and this will be the 33rd pitch of the inning thrown by Bonderman. Mark Teahan, left-handed hitter, at the plate. 0-1. Teahan, who has had an injury-racked season, hitting .260, 4 homers, only 208 at bats, and only 3 hits in his last 22. Two runs in for the White Sox. And still batting here. Konerko at second, Quentin at first.
You know, you mentioned Teahan. They're trying to get him some at bats so they'll know what they want to do as come next year. Manny Ramirez, you know, they picked him up. He was supposed to play the rest of the way, but he's not playing tonight. They're trying to give these other guys a chance at DH. And I had an opportunity to talk to Manny today. And, you know, Manny was saying that basically he just has not had enough at-bats this year to, you know, be Manny. He said, you know, he was out for a long period of time with the Dodgers. He just didn't play enough. And, you know, he said that really that Ozzie Guillen understood when he came over that he had not played a lot and that they weren't expecting what most fans were expecting.
Yeah, I don't think White Sox fans have been as understanding.
Right.
Cabrera will take it to the bag. And 2 unearned runs end up scoring for the White Sox. Miguel Cabrera having a fabulous year. The Tiger Slugger coming up when we return. Okay. John Danks with a 2-0 lead, and a curveball hangs high to Miguel Cabrera. Cabrera got off to a great start, hitting .329 even now. 34 homers, 45 doubles, and 118 runs batted in.
And this is a Tigers team that has suffered offensively, and he's been out there almost by himself. He's had 30 intentional walks. I mean, he's the guy that they count on, and people are pitching around him a lot more than they ever did before. They've had Ordonez in the lineup for a while, and when Bosch was hot, they were all swinging the bat well, but now he's basically by himself because Bosch is not swinging the bat well again at this time.
Ordonez was having a fabulous year as well, and Carlos Guillen, another veteran. Brandon Inge giving the lineup a little more depth down below. And all three of those guys went down after the All-Star break at various times. He changed up on him.
And there's the straight changeup we're talking about from Banks, that he has a great changeup.
And that's why his splits are better against righties than lefties. His breaking ball is kind of flat and inconsistent. But I'll tell you what, the fastball in the inner half, he fouls back at 92. Now watch the arm speed on the changeup. Same type of delivery, a little downward movement, 84. You see, that's what's getting out in front. He really kind of missed it. He wasn't out that far out in front. The body and the balance was off, but the timing was still there. If he hits it, do you think the body and the balance is still gone? Or
well, as strong as he is, it wouldn't matter.
Exactly.
He'd drive it someplace. He just missed it. But again, I think that changeup is the reason that we're seeing a lot of low-hit ball games, low-run ball games.
Quentin gives way to Rios, and that's all for Johnny Peralta. So 2 men are gone. Let's go to the studio now to Steve Berthume with a Baseball Tonight update. So a lot of wild happenings in the National League West right now. The Giants, who have not played particularly well, although they have pitched extremely well in September. The ball fouled away by Casper Wells with 2 down and nobody on. Giants 11-6. They still have 3 coming up in Denver starting next Friday. And the last 3 games of the season against the Padres. Padres, meanwhile, have lost 17 of their last 24. And the Rockies, with that loss today, still have won 13 of their last 16. But they had a 6-3 lead in that game today and let it slip through their fingers, including a 6-5 lead in the 9th inning.
Hey, those Giants in that offense, John, is so sporadic.
Giants scored 9 today, but if they don't hit home runs, they've had a hard time scoring. 2-0 White Sox here after 1.5. White Sox 2, Tigers nothing as we head to the last of the second.
John, we were talking earlier about changeups, and I have to tell you that I believe that one of the reasons players are having problems is because these young guys like Strasburg, this is his first start. Not only does he throw hard, as you can see velocity-wise, but he also had a changeup. Now, this is his first start in the major leagues. What has happened is that most of the young pitchers now come into the league with a changeup. It used to be they come in with great fastballs, and then you'd have to teach them the changeup as they got a little older. But now they come into the league, they're throwing changeups, and I think it's the hitters going to have to adjust. We've gone through a lot of cycles. In the 80s, it was really the fastball was the key. And in the 90s, they had the split. Now it's the changeup, and each time the hitters have had to make adjustments. And I think that's what's happening now. It's taking the hitters a little longer to adjust to the changeup than it did the other pitches. So I think that's a big problem with these young pitchers. Having those pitches is very tough on the hitters.
That has gotten exceptionally tough on the hitters, and the pitchers have made adjustments to the smaller strike zone, because you used to be able to go a little wider in the 80s and a little bit in the 90s, but as Quest Tech has come in and really shrunk the strike zone as the umpires get evaluated on the corners, they've really had to find a kind of way to go to front to back on the hitters, meaning the hard and the soft, because they're dealing with less width.
And what it really does is keeps the hitters off the fastball. We've seen that. Hitters can't sit dead red anymore.
Brent Morel hits the ground ball to Miguel Cabrera, and Bonderman gets his first out of the second inning.
Well, we're talking, Felix up in Seattle is one of those guys that came in. He also has a great King Felix, they call him, but it's obviously Felix Hernandez. He has the great fastball, you can see, especially when they get it up, then they go to change up, and it's almost impossible for the guy to handle that. Clay Buchholz has the similar kind of pitch, fastball in, and a great changeup away. And it's just so difficult for a hitter. You see to adjust to those two speeds. And that's one of the problems. But I tell you what, the hitters will adjust. They have over the years, and I think they will adjust to the changeup.
Brent Lillibridge, the young second baseman, and he is struggling for a hit right now. You will what?
I will look for that changeup. If I was a hitter, I'm going to look for that changeup.
It's your birthday. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, but
you don't have to ask permission to look for a changeup.
I'm going to look for the changeup.
The breaking ball misses.
See, you didn't have to deal with that when you played for Bob Bird Insurance. You didn't have to worry about the changeup. All you had to do was hit the fastball, hit the gas.
Yeah, I had a problem just if the guy pitched it, it was a problem.
Well, or when you came to the big leagues, your first year in the big leagues, did you rely on the changeup?
No,
but they taught it to you, right?
It was something I needed, but I came to the big leagues with a sinking fastball and a curveball.
Right.
And then my changeup became just taking a little off of my fastball. As that developed, maybe I got a changeup, but I really never got comfortable with all the newfangled grips that the guys use nowadays.
But that was like most players when I was around first came out. They would throw the fastball. Mm-hmm. They got to the big leagues because they had a good sinking fastball or a good riding fastball. And then they would learn the changeup. I mean, the great pitchers, Tom Seaver and all those guys, they didn't throw changeups early. They threw changeups as they got into their career because they realized they had to do something to keep some of these hitters off the fastball.
Yeah, as you've talked about, the pitchers adjust to the hitters and the hitters adjust back.
Exactly.
You do that individually also in your own career. You see as hitters pick up just on you, and the advanced scouts start to tell them, and they see what your patterns are, and you have to come up with a new wrinkle.
A walk for Lillibridge, and now Juan Pierre. 2-0 White Sox lead in the last of the second inning. There was a story that Roy Oswalt, who's been around a long time, relatively speaking, and is having great success with the first place Phillies right now, that when he was in the Houston minor league system and he was having a great year, and they said, listen, you've got to throw that changeup more because we're not going to bring you up until you are showing us that you can master that changeup. And he said he got upset about it.
Right.
Because he said, wait a minute, number one, I'm having a great year and I want to get to the big leagues as fast as possible. And you want me to throw a pitch that I'm not comfortable with and I don't really feel like I've got a good feel for. And he resisted it. But now he says it was the best thing possible. Because he had a good fastball and he also had a good curveball from the get-go. But they would not bring him up until he also got that changeup.
Well, Mark Burley, of course, has a great changeup. Yeah. But again, if you look around the league, all the players who are successful, all the pitchers, they have the changeup. We talked about C.C. Sabathia. We talk about all the pitchers, Buchholz and all these, John Lester, all the guys in the Cy Young, Cliff Lee, all of them. The changeup has been the big pitch for them. They don't even, a lot of them don't even throw a curveball anymore.
And they'll call it their new toy. If it's a guy that's a veteran that all of a sudden is having a big year or another big year, you say, I got a new toy. I got a little changeup, a little split changeup.
Pierre almost got hit by that one from Bonderman. Pierre safe on an error by the second baseman, Scott Sizemore, that began a 2-run first inning for the White Sox. We're talking about the changeup, and one of the teams that's pitched better than any other this year, the San Francisco Giants, moved back into first place today. There's Lillibridge runs and a base hit to right field through that open hole on the right side, and Lillibridge keeps on going over to third. So the White Sox force the action a little bit. Ozzie Guillen putting the man in motion, and Pierre drilling one right through that open hole on the right side.
Remember, Ozzie called it smart ball, hitting, running, bunting, stealing bases, not small ball, but smart ball, and he sends the runner in motion, and Pierre takes advantage of the hole already on the right side. And you see Lillibridge going, and he does a great job of seeing where the ball is hit. He didn't get deked by an infielder, didn't have to look to find it. He knew exactly where the ball was. Good job of base running there.
Well, and it certainly made Ozzie real happy.
Yeah.
Now Pierre, you got to keep an eye on him. 58 steals as Alexi Ramirez takes ball one. Ramirez hit a single into left field his first time. But the Giants, Tim Lincecum has won 2 straight Cy Young awards the last 2 years, and he did not have a changeup when he got to the big leagues. He was mainly a fastball and a curveball, but he started throwing that changeup in his first full season, and just 2-3 months into that season it became a weapon for him, and he won the Cy Young award. Last year oftentimes all he had was the fastball and a changeup, and won another Cy Young award. And a lot of the old timers were amazed that he mastered that pitch so early on in his career.
And when I saw him, we did the game this year, opening day, their opening day, meaning San Francisco at Houston. I don't think I'd ever seen anyone keep the hitters off balance like he did that day against Houston. When it was a changeup, they were way out in front. When it was a fastball, they were way behind. I mean, he just kept them off balance with those 2 speeds.
Well, now his running mate, Matt Cain, has developed a great changeup of his own and is pitching extremely well for the Giants. And Barry Zito has gotten a better changeup than he ever had. And on down the list, Jonathan Sanchez, who we've seen a couple times on Sunday Night Baseball now, pitch real well.
And 2 examples there on the San Francisco staff of one guy who's losing ability, Zito, so he needed to speed up his fastball by throwing the off-speed changeup, and then Cain just wanted to be more successful.
Broken bat with Pierre running from first and caught by Austin Jackson. And he showed some speed right there, racing into very shallow center to catch that one. Holding at third, Lillibridge.
How many times do we see a center fielder get a bad break on that? But watch this bat explode with the Ultra Mo camera as Omar Vizquel tries to give the bat away, at least half of it. And this is why he had half of it in his hands. I love that camera.
I think that was a bad bat. It didn't look like he got it that close to the label. I mean,
it looks like a dry bat.
Yeah, dry bat. It looked inside when you look at it. Yes, exactly.
Usually when they split lengthwise like that, the wood is dry.
Yeah, bad bat.
And the other one, when they split in half the other way, it's right on the label, in the hands.
Alex Rios now, runner still at first and third, with 2 down in the second. White Sox ahead 2-0.
I think you make a great point, Joe, though, about the advent or the adjustments, the morphing of pitchers to hitters and hitters back to pitchers. And every pitch is off the fastball if you watch the advent. The cutter is off the fastball. The slider was off the fastball.
Splitter?
The splitter is off the fastball.
Brandon Edge throws out Rios, and the inning is over, and Paul Konerko stranded on deck. 2-0 White Sox. Brandon Edge coming up as we go to the third.
By Taco Bell is brought to you by One A Day Men's, the official multivitamin of MLB, specially formulated for men.
Sunday Night Baseball. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan and Oral Hershiser from the south side of Chicago. White Sox lead the Tigers 2-0. The White Sox trying to snap out of a losing streak. The Twins atop the Central Division lost today, which unfortunately for the White Sox doesn't do them a whole lot of good now. The White Sox were swept by the Twins earlier this week right here in Chicago. Then, having been virtually run off the table, they lost the first 2 games of this weekend series to the Tigers in addition, and began the day 10 games back of Minnesota. Brandon Inge hitting 7th in the order. And a changeup. There's that good changeup from John Danks. And obviously Inge read that one as a fastball coming in.
Well, that's what the pitcher wants you to do. Think it's a fastball, and you go after it like a fastball. Then he's late on the fastball.
Alex Rios in deep center, and that's 7 in a row retired by John Danks.
You know, there's different mentalities with the changeup, too, as a pitcher inside their head. Some of them you think about, I just want good location, taking some velocity off. Other guys are really thinking about, I want to make this move a lot. And then other guys have that extreme velocity change. Now, I think of 3 guys in my head. Tom Glavine in my generation was the location changeup guy. And then Pedro Martinez was the movement changeup guy with the great arm speed. And then the guy with the extreme velocity change that really, location was important, but not Trevor Hoffman. Just almost like in the big leagues, you call it like a Bugs Bunny change. It was almost like a cartoon. The ball came out of his hand so slow that you go, oh my God, it's got to be a fastball, and it wasn't.
Yeah. Well, from a hitter's perspective, I never thought it was as important. The only thing was important was the arm speed and
the change of speed.
The change of speed, not necessarily the arm angle. Because a lot of guys, you can throw a changeup from a lot of different angles. So I always thought it was just the arm speed. So it looks like a fastball arm speed, and then the speed of the ball, the slowness of the ball. Sometimes, I guess, some guys do a circle change. That's what Pedro Martinez used. He threw a circle change.
Brennan Bosch hit it hard right to Konerko, and that is the 8th straight man retired by Danks.
I think the circle change allows you to get more movement. I think that was the key. You get more movement with this one. That's the circle.
The circle, the OK, and then they take the power finger, your index finger off the ball, and now you only have one power finger on there, and then you try and pronate your hand to give it a little spin. But the main key was to get the velocity off the ball. That's why you got your index finger off the ball.
When they threw the circle change, the guys told me that they could throw it as hard as they wanted, and it still wouldn't come out like a fastball.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the real hard part about the circle change was the fact that you only had one of your key fingers on the ball. So the pads on your fingers, the pads on your middle finger and the pads on your index finger really allow to know where your hand is in space. So now that when you remove one of the pads of your fingers off the ball, it's hard to feel where the ball is, and that's why it takes so many reps and so many years to start to feel and develop your changeup grip.
Juan Pierre takes that one off the bat of Laird. 3 perfect innings for Danks. This one on only 11 pitches. Paul Konerko, White Sox slugger, is coming up. the biggest story for the Yankees in that game was Andy Pettitte pitching for the first time in almost a couple of months, and he went 6.
Only give up 3 hits.
I think the quote from his teammate Mark Teixeira says a lot, where he said, hey, we can win this and go into the postseason, but he said, I don't think we can win in the postseason if we don't have Andy Pettitte. So he feels that Pettitte, and we saw that last year, they went through the whole postseason with 3 starting pitchers. And Andy Pettitte was now. Yeah, who are the 3 now? Well, I don't think they'll be able to do it with 3 this year. It'll be at least 4 that they'll need.
But who are the 3, even if they could do it with 3? I mean, you have Sabathia, and Hughes is, he's on a pitch limit, innings limit.
But I think they'll remove that if they get up there and he's throwing the ball well.
Paul Konerko, the hitter.
And, of course, Burnett has struggled, and Vasquez has struggled, so.
And that's the key for Pettitte, is those 2 guys have struggled. And if Pettitte comes back, he slides right in there, almost to the number 2 guy.
We're in Chicago, ESPN Sunday Night Baseball. We've got 2 of the top sluggers in the American League here in the 2010 season going head-to-head. Paul Konerko at the plate right now. White Sox first baseman, 37 homers. Konerko, not just a home run hitter this year, hitting .321, 105 batted in. He's a leader in the clubhouse. The Detroit Tigers, their first baseman, Magglio Ordonez's good friend and teammate, who has left him alone after his injury put him on the shelf. Miguel Cabrera has hit .329 with 34 homers, 118 runs batted in.
I thought Paul Konerko showed the type of leader that he is. Right at the trading deadline, they were talking about making a lot of trades, and he said, we have been through a lot together. Remember how poorly the team had played at the first part of the season, then all of a sudden they got hot and got back in the race. He said, we've been through a lot together from the bottom all the way up here to the top. He said, I would hate to see any of these guys go. I know that was very difficult for management to listen to, but he actually said he would rather take what would come with the guys that he was in the clubhouse with at that time. And I think that's kind of interesting to say that.
A.J. Pierzynski, the hitter, hit a sacrifice fly that was a pop foul his first time. Well, the White Sox did start very poorly, and that began the discussion of, well, maybe some of the older guys and the guys whose contracts are coming up might be traded for younger prospects. They were 24-33 and 9.5 games out of first. But then they got extraordinarily hot. They went 38-13, which is about a third of a season's worth of games. Base hit to right for Pierzynski, and Konerko to second. So A.J. against Bonderman with the single. 2 men on with nobody out here in the 3rd inning, and Carlos Quentin is coming up. But they had that 38-13 stretch where you thought, man, that's a third of a season. They must be really good. They've just been kind of hibernating for a while. But since that time, since that great run, only 17-23, the 4th worst record in the league for the last 6 weeks. What happened to them? How could they be so good for such a long time and then just fall apart near the end like that? Maybe some of it is the Twins are better, and they had a little too much Twins. They just can't beat the Twins. Carlos Quentin hit by a pitch his first time.
There are a lot of different reasons, why teams go through good stretches and then have poor stretches. I mean, I think part of that is the teams that they're playing at that time. They weren't playing the Twins when they were doing all that winning. I think that a lot of times it's your schedule, and it kind of shows what you're doing. You see 5-13 against the Twins, worst against any team.
In the AL Central, they haven't done well at all. 30-38 in your own division is very, very hard to make up any ground on anybody, and you're usually losing ground.
Eventually, you have to beat the teams in your own division. Well, I remember when they started so poorly, it just looked like, hey, great potential. Everybody thought the rotation was going to be great, and it just wasn't happening. The pitching hadn't been good. Really, nothing had been good. And then they got hot, and they stayed hot for a long, long time. Austin Jackson, both runners are tagging. Heading for third is Konerko. He'll make it, but holding it first is Przinsky as Carlos Quentin goes down, one away. They really got hot when they were playing interleague play against the Cubs, the Pirates, the Washington Nationals, Atlanta, and then the Cubs again. And they also stayed hot. They got into July against teams like the Angels, the Rangers, Kansas City. And they really did not get even close to being cooled off until right after the All-Star break. They faced the Minnesota Twins, and the Twins swept them. And soon after, they got hot again. But that will be part of the, I guess, the post-mortem on the season when the White Sox executives all sit and discuss what happened, where do we go from here. As Mark Teahen trying to knock in a run, the White Sox ahead 2-0 in the third.
You think back to the beginning of the season when the Twins lose Joe Nathan, and it really raises the hopes in Chicago that the White Sox are going to be the cream of the crop of this division.
Twins lost their closer, Joe Nathan, for the entire season. And then they also lost their great RBI man, former American League MVP Justin Morneau, and he's been out since before the All-Star break. And yet they keep on rolling, and they don't know, I guess, if Morneau's going to be back, or when he's going to be back, or if he's going to be back here in 2010. Middle infield, double play death. That one's hit softly. Konerko breaking for the plate, gets in a rundown. Laird tags him out. Przinsky over to second. Teahen safe at first on the fielder's choice. 2 down. More coverage of the hunt for October continues Wednesday night with a doubleheader on ESPN at 7 Eastern. The race in the American League East between the Rays and Yankees coming down to the wire. Who's going to finish first and have the home field in the postseason? Longoria and the Rays take on Robinson Cano and the Yankees. And at 10 Eastern, Adrian Gonzalez and the Padres trying to stay alive in the tight National League West. Free for all. They are up against Andre Ethier and the Dodgers. Wednesday Night Baseball, part of Lee Jean's Hunt for October on ESPN and ESPN3.com. Brent Morel out of Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. And they've been excited about this young guy. He grounded out to first in his first at-bat tonight, only his 17th big league at-bat. But in those 17 at-bats, he's had 2 doubles and 2 home runs already. Ozzie Guillen says still much too early to tell anything about his hitting, but he loves his glove at third base as he pulls one foul.
But he also thinks he's going to hit for power. He thinks that, the rhythm he sees at the plate, the hands that he sees, and easy swing. And early on with young hitters, you just want them to try and develop their average. You think the power will come, but he's shown some pop.
And I think they felt like he was not going to be a guy who hit a lot of home runs early on after they signed him. But now they see that, well, maybe he's got more power than we thought. He's only 23. But Ozzie thinks he's going to be a great defensive third baseman. Austin Jackson will give way to Casper Wells, the right fielder. Morel is 0 for 2. White Sox are 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position. Top of the order coming up for the Tigers. By Taco Bell from U.S. Cellular Field in Chicago. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan and Oral Hershiser. Our 21st season of Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. And we've got one more Sunday before we will have finished up for another year. That'll be next Sunday at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Red Sox, Yankees, those two ancient antagonists. We're in the fourth inning of this game. Austin Jackson, the rookie center fielder for the Tigers. And, well, we've been talking about two MVP candidates both in this game. Miguel Cabrera of the Tigers and Paul Konerko of the White Sox, who had great years. Austin Jackson is a strong candidate for the Rookie of the Year. Shallow right. Quentin gets there. One away, and Jackson is 0 for 2. Everybody's 0 for something for the Tigers. They haven't had a base runner yet against John Danks.
One of the reasons he's doing so well tonight and this year is his changeup. We talked about the OK changeup. You take ultra slow-mo here, and remember we talked about the grip, which you can see the big circle, the OK change. Joe talked about the circle change. And then the pronation at release to try and get the ball to turn over a little bit. So it kind of releases some of that arm speed, and you deflect the ball out of your hand instead of keeping the power fingers behind the ball and giving it velocity. You give it a little more spin. Takes a little off, maybe gives you a little movement.
Scott Sizemore grounded out to third his first time. Yesterday's Tigers hero facing John Danks.
Man.
Soaring drive to left. Pierre. It's gone. First hit for the Tigers, and a spectacular home run by Scott Sizemore that went about 8 miles up in the air and just kept on carrying.
Well, he had an uppercut on it. I thought he hit it right on the good part of the bat, but when it went up in the air, I didn't know it was going to carry that far. But we've talked, this ballpark is a home run hitter's ballpark. The ball carries well here. Now watch where it is. See how the uppercut almost straight up he swings. When I saw it from in live action, I thought it was going to, it may have a chance of getting out. It's a changeup that he leaves up. But I mean, that swing was almost an uppercut swing, and the ball wasn't that low.
Punched along the right field line by Rayburn. That's in there. Extra bases. Quentin gets it back in. It's a double for Rayburn, and that sets the table nicely for Miguel Cabrera, or perhaps for a walk of Miguel Cabrera, which has been an all too frequent occurrence after the injuries to Ordonez and Guillen put them on the shelf around right after the All-Star break.
Well, I don't think there is a better hitter, in the American League than Miguel Cabrera, being able to handle all the pitches, all the speeds, and all the locations. The only problem is sometimes he doesn't hit the high fastball as well as he does the low one, but he still handles all other pitches.
And they are pitching to him here. Fastball fouled away. Cabrera struck out on a changeup his first time. More than a quarter of the Tigers' total of home runs hit by Cabrera. Nearly 20% of their RBIs driven in by Cabrera. Center field, Rios getting ready to catch it and throw it. Rayburn will make it into third. The throw cut off by Alexi Ramirez.
Well, that was a high fastball, got up a little bit, and as I mentioned, he doesn't hit that one as well as he does the low fastball. And he got him with a changeup the first time up. You can see he's late on this fastball. He hits it toward the back part of the plate. That's why he doesn't get the top spin on it. That's why he pops it up. The barrel of the bat was still dragging to get there, and I think, again, that's a result of the changeup. He threw him the first time up to be able to strike him out with that pitch.
So now Rayburn at third, two down. He is the possible tying run, and Johnny Peralta comes up. Jim Leland said he feels that Peralta has been a great addition to the Tigers. He has 74 RBIs. Everything I asked him about Peralta's game, he kept coming back, 74 RBIs. And he said, this guy can produce. and put up some numbers. You put a man out there, and he's got a good shot at driving him in. He's had 31 of those RBIs in 45 games with the Tigers. Here's a changeup. 2-0. But the home run was on a changeup. I don't understand.
Well, I mean, they hit some changeups. They hit some fastballs. They hit some of everything. But the changeup is still the key pitch for Danks and for most of the young pitchers now.
The thing with John Danks' changeup, it's about 8 miles an hour off of his fastball. It's not a swing and miss changeup. It's a contact changeup. You might get some swing and misses on it, but if the hitter's going to have to make a large mistake to get a swing and miss. Where you start to get swing and misses when you go 10 mile an hour to 12 mile an hour difference between your fastball and your changeup. That's when you get them so far out in front they swing and miss.
Some guys sometimes say, he's got a great changeup. I'm just going to sit here, and when I get a changeup, I'm going to swing.
Well, that's okay. If the guy's going to throw you enough of them.
And if too many guys in the league do that, that's when you better start throwing a different type pitch. And that's the adjustment that we talk about that happens between the relationship between pitchers and hitters.
Peralta gets the walk. 2 men on with 2 men out.
There are times when a hitter will look for he'll look for a fastball in certain spots, look for a changeup. I mean, if you're hitting against Cole Hamels, and you're in a situation where you can beat him, more than likely you're going to get a changeup to hit. Even if you take the first pitch fastball, you're usually going to get a changeup. He's going to get beat with his best pitch, and that's usually his changeup.
First time you see a pitcher, Joe, there's 2 questions. What's he got, and what's his out pitch?
Right. What's his out pitch?
What's his out pitch?
Yeah.
Because you want to know in those key situations, what's he going to go to? Where's he going to go when he goes to the well?
Yeah, and most good pitchers are not going to get beat with their second or third best pitch in a crucial situation in a game. Even if you're a good fastball hitter and he has a great fastball, he's going to have to challenge you because he's not going to throw. You're probably a better hitter on his second best pitch than he is at getting you out with his second best pitch.
Casper Wells deep into right field. Back is Quentin, and he's got it.
Yeah, but the most shocked guy is Danks. He's looking around like, what's going on here? Every time the ball goes up in the air, it carries.
Danks, who got the great changeup, he got nicked up by Scott Sizemore, who hit that changeup. A soaring drive over the left field wall. The Tigers get just the 1 run. 2-1 White Sox as we go to the last of the 4th. Paul Konerko's the MVP in Detroit. I think Miguel Cabrera. Texas might feel Josh Hamilton, although he's been hurt for a couple of weeks. And in New York, I think Robinson Cano can make a pretty strong case for being the MVP.
Well, I think all 4 of them, if you just close your eyes and pick one, you're not going to be off by very much. I mean, I think all of them could be, and they're all having MVP-type seasons. But you only get to vote for one.
Brent Lillibridge, the 9th place hitter for the White Sox. Skies one to right. And Casper Wells. Lillibridge is 0 for 1 with a walk.
You only get to vote for one for first place, I should say, because the voting you get, you vote top 10. If you're a baseball writer, you get to vote for the top 10.
Well, where are the Yankees without Robinson Cano?
I agree.
I mean, playing up in the middle of the infield. Everybody else is, hitting about 260 on their team. He's been the one that's been there all year. Coming out of spring training, they moved him into a more crucial role. They said it's your time to blossom, and he has not backed down at all from the pressure of that.
Well, because I was a second baseman, I'm more prejudiced toward the second baseman, but I agree with you 100%. Jeter hasn't had a Jeter-type year. A-Rod hasn't. Teixeira is not hitting that well. I think, throughout the lineup, Swisher and Cano are the only ones that have really been consistent from day one.
And I think Josh Hamilton will get a lot of votes down there in Texas, but he's not playing right now.
Yeah.
So his statistics aren't going to change very much when the voters go to the poll.
And I think Cabrera has been just unbelievable, personally, because of the lineup that he's in, and he doesn't have the support that, say, that Hamilton has down in Texas with Guerrero hitting behind him, because Guerrero has 100 and something RBIs as well.
With Michael Young and Ian Kinsler too.
Yeah, they've got an offensive juggernaut down there that
he probably has the most protection.
Right.
Maybe not by resume because of the Yankee resumes, but by production this year.
Yeah.
I think that's a good point. And Jim Leland talking about Cabrera, his guy, and he said, hey, he's the best player in the league. And there is the idea of, can you be that valuable if you didn't help carry your team to the top of the division? What a play by Inge, and what a pick at first by Cabrera, and somehow they got the very fast Juan Pierre.
What kind of arm does he have? I mean, we saw him make that throw from down the left field line on the foul pop-up, and look at this. I mean, he dives and gets it, and he doesn't even take time to get up. He just kind of turns and throws. He doesn't even set himself. And a good play there at first base, as you mentioned, by Cabrera. But that's just an excellent play. Watch how quickly Inge gets rid of the ball with something on it. Excellent play.
And Cabrera's come a long way at first base. Remember how rough he was over there when he first moved over there? That was very well done.
Remember, he was a third baseman when he first came into the major leagues.
I don't know if I've ever seen a third baseman get off a throw from that deep that quickly.
No. Well, I was shocked at the throw he made from the tarp down there. I didn't think he had a chance to get Ramirez on that throw on the foul pop. And he did make a good throw and get the ball there in time. But that was just an excellent play.
Well, we're seeing a guy with some Gold Glove caliber play over there at third base tonight.
Well, there's a phrase in the minor leagues that it's easier to pitch at the big leagues, and this is why it's easier to pitch at the big leagues, because you can make bad pitches, give up rockets, and you can still get outs. This is not made at the AAA level, the AA level. This is a big league play. It's a world-class play.
And just a note for any team that feels like maybe they need to get a third baseman in for next year, Brandon Inge could be a free agent.
He's available.
And the Tigers might.
Are you guys agents now?
No, it's that time. It's that time of year to talk about.
You guys agents?
There's no kickbacks here. We're just talking about what we see on the field.
Yeah, maybe you had overlooked it.
Oh, okay.
But look what this guy. Maybe you play in the National League.
Don't see him.
And you don't see him very much. Okay. Yeah.
But wherever you see Brandon Inge, he's a great teammate, a great hustler. His energy is, impactful on the team and contagious.
Now remember, he started as a catcher. He was a catcher as well.
He was kind of going down the Biggio path of we've got to find him a position. Second base, third base, catcher. Where is it? Left field.
Here comes Alex Rios now with Ramirez at first. By the way, it's a 2-1 game. The White Sox are leading. Tigers do have a lot of payroll that could come off the books after this year. Maglio Ordonez, Jeremy Bonderman, Dontrell Willis, Nate Robertson, who are not even with them anymore, but they're still paying most of those contracts. Johnny Damon and Brandon Inge on that list.
Why don't I just take the top three guys and you guys can have the rest? How's that?
As far as representation?
No, as far as just alone.
Alex Rios at the plate. He knocked in a run with a single his first time. White Sox have a one-run lead at the moment. And the run by which they lead was scored by the runner who's at first base right now, Alexi Ramirez. And we've been doing some work just studying all the different angles of the play at the plate. It was the throw by Inge. And it could be that, by all rights, he really did not score that run.
Could be 1-1, you're saying.
Base hit over Brandon Inge. Well, when Rayburn picks it up, and we've got runners at first and second. So let's go back and have another look at that play with Ramirez at third base and this foul pop that Inge took care of.
Well, I'm looking straight down on home plate, and I thought he tagged him, as we see here he did, when he went by.
But look at his foot.
Yeah, well, his foot never touched the base. But he was out already anyway. He'd already tagged him before the foot got to the plate.
So he got him before he arrived to the plate, and he never tagged the plate anyway.
They could go tag him now. He should be out from the play before.
Well, didn't they score a phantom run like that, the Colorado Rockies against the San Diego Padres a couple of years ago?
Now.
Yeah, well.
2007.
Yeah.
That has never really fully been determined,
right,
for sure.
Yeah.
It was such a close play, and Tim McClellan made the call. And I think most umpires feel like if you have to look at it from 40 different angles and freeze the frames over and over again, and you're still not absolutely sure, well, whatever he called it,
we got it right.
They got it right. Paul Konerko, the hitter, with 2 men on. This has been the spot where Konerko has made his MVP credentials this year, hitting .322 with runners in scoring position. He actually hit a line shot that was handled and then dropped by Inge at first, turned into a force out, and then he walked in the third. 2 men on, 2 men out. Brandon Inge and the force out at second base with Sizemore forcing Rios, and that's the inning. Brandon Inge may have short-circuited a White Sox inning with this play on the very fast Juan Pierre. Big league defense. Inge is coming up. Sunday Night Baseball from Chicago. 5th inning. Brandon Inge leads off, taking ball 1 from the 25-year-old left-hander John Danks. Inge flied out deep to center his first time. Brennan Bosch and Gerald Laird to follow. Took something off that one, and it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Now Inge, talk about a tough guy. Inge got hit by a pitch earlier this year. Scott Feldman of the Texas Rangers got him on the left hand. Broke his hand. He was out for a grand total of 15 days. They put him on the disabled list. 15 days later, he came back. Been playing ever since. But although some people think he hadn't been quite 100% ever since, he doesn't say that. He said, I would never 100% to begin with. Brandon Inge. And he struck him out with that changeup. Got him to chase it. One away. Let's go to the studio. Steve Berthume with the Sports Center right now. At the bank. The Phillies. Again, it's September. It seems it's September. It's their time. They're getting healthy again, except for Jimmy Rollins, who's trying to get healthy as we speak. Chase Utley's back. It's September. Ryan Howard starting to hit the ball solidly, knock in runs. They have the best record in the National League. They are 14-3 so far in September. The Braves do lead the wild card. As Brennan Bosch fouls one. There are 12 games left in the schedule, and 6 will be played against each other, the Braves and Phillies. So that the Phillies could end up determining whether the Braves even end up in the postseason, much less win the division. Lillibridge, and that's all for Bosch, who is now 0 for 2. 2 down in the 5th inning. Atlanta 3 games out in the National League East. There's Carlton Fisk, Hall of Famer. Got a statue paying tribute to Carlton Fisk for his years here with the White Sox. In the National League wild card, Atlanta by 2.5 over San Diego now. And Colorado is 3 games behind him. The Lee Jeans hunt for October. Taking a look at the National League wild card race. Broken bat. Danks throws out Laird. Very strong inning for John Danks. Last of the 5th. Brzezinski, then Quentin coming up. 2-1 White Sox. Sunday Night Baseball from Chicago. A.J. Pierzynski leads off for the White Sox in the 5th. Scott Sizemore handles this one, and one away. Coming up tomorrow night, Monday Night Football. The defending Super Bowl champions take the field. Drew Brees and the Saints up against Frank Gore and the San Francisco 49ers out on the West Coast. Monday Night Football on ESPN Monday at 8:30 Eastern, 5:30 Pacific. Coverage begins at 7 Eastern with Monday Night Countdown served by Applebee's. Some controversy out in San Francisco this week.
Yeah.
Mike Singletary got a little upset about it, and it's been the talk of sports fans in the area for several days. Here is Carlos Quentin, who's been hit by a pitch and flied out to center. Through the hole, base hit. Peralta, not quite. So Quentin is aboard, his first hit of the night. With one out, Mark Teahan coming up. Bonderman threw 36 pitches in the very first inning of this game. Extraordinarily high stress inning. And he's already thrown 96 pitches for the night. He's only in the 5th inning.
He hasn't completed a game in 102 starts. That tells you that he is not real efficient with his pitches.
So this idea that maybe tonight would be the night, probably not going to happen.
Not unless he's going to throw 180 pitches.
Mark Teahan at the plate, and the Tigers bullpen already is working. Miguel Cabrera and Bonderman over to cover. Very athletic looking play there by Miguel Cabrera.
Very smooth, very soft hands there, Joe. I tell you what, he's really slowed the game down there at first base.
Well, remember, like I say, was a third baseman to start with, so he should have had pretty good hands, but he was learning a new position, and now that he's learned it, it seems like he's doing very well over there.
Yeah. Also, by all reports, seems to have gotten his life together. His life was off track, in disarray, and he had alcohol problem. He went in, got some rehab, and dealt with some of his demons.
And he's really capsulized it with, I'm just trying to be a more responsible person. And not only has he been responsible off the field this year, he's been productive on the field, and he's being a responsible teammate. And you can see it, the relaxed smile after that play. There's no anxiety there. Oh, my gosh, I was lucky to do that. It's just, I did it. It was smooth. I've worked at it, and I deserve to get that one right.
Tigers right at the end of the season, big games against the White Sox, and Cabrera was hitless for the series, and finally they had to have that tiebreaker playoff game with the Minnesota Twins, and the Twins ended up winning that game, and they went into the postseason rather than the Tigers. Runner at second, that's Quentin, with Brent Morrell, the rookie third baseman, at the plate. RBI opportunity for him against Bonderman. You saw the bullpen active for Detroit. The right-hander Robbie Weinhardt, the left-hander Brad Thomas warming up. It's Thomas in the foreground. Weinhardt, number 34. 2-1. The White Sox are out in front here in the 5th inning. They have not won all week long. Now Bonderman finally ready to go with Quentin at second. Now timeout is taken. Was that looked like it was asked for by A.J. Pierzynski?
Well, Bonderman wants to know where that pitch was.
That looked like a pretty good breaking ball right there. And when you make it behind in the count and a 2-1 count, you get a call for a ball, you really feel like you've been put in a hole because you executed a high-level pitch.
By the way, it's layered catching. Pierzynski had nothing to do with anything here. Pierzynski grounded out on the first pitch of the inning. Layered behind the plate for the Tigers, working with Bonderman. And it's a walk. to Morel, putting 2 men on with 2 men out, and Lillibridge is coming up. 12 men have been on base for the White Sox. They have. If you're sitting in the White Sox dugout, if you're Ozzie Guillen, you might be saying, hey, how come we don't have 5 or 6 runs? How come we didn't knock this guy out a couple of innings ago? Ozzie Guillen with Joey Cora alongside. White Sox have hit .280 with runners in scoring position for the year, 3rd best in the league, but only 1 for 9 tonight in those crucial at-bats. Quentin in scoring position here, and Morel over at first. We call a runner at second for 3rd scoring position. The idea being base hit to the outfield should score him, although depending on the team, a lot of guys don't score from second, even on singles to the outfield.
Speed of the runner and the quality of the secondary lead. And we're reading the infielders and the outfielders. Give you that good jump.
Joe gets disgusted when he sees a guy not score on a base hit to the outfield, and he felt like, hey, there's no reason for him not to have scored there.
Well, I think especially with 2 outs because you're going on contact.
Carlos Quentin holding his batting gloves, 1 in each hand. Ready to run at the crack of the bat with 2 down. He's running, but there to make the catch, Casper Wells. 2 more stranded. White Sox have stranded 10 base runners in 5 innings. Austin Jackson, Rookie of the Year candidate, coming up with the Tigers.
September 20. To you by Robin Hood. Only unrated director's cut on Blu-ray and DVD September 21st.
Italian beef here in Chicago. Now, nobody sent those up to us, though, did they?
They should put a candle in one and bring it up for Joe's birthday.
Well, yours too.
Well, it's your birthday, and you are off your diet. You're not on a diet,
well,
but you
right,
eat
today.
healthy.
No,
and today you've given yourself a present to eat some of the things that you've eliminated because you look so good. And I think today you should reward yourself and go for one of those.
Here's Austin Jackson with a bunt. He's out! Brilliant play by Brent Morel, the man that Ozzie Guillen says has got a chance to be an outstanding third baseman. He says maybe even better than Joe Creedy or Robin Ventura.
No, that was a great play. Jackson trying to bunt, but he didn't get it toward the line enough. He gets it in here rather than right down the line. And a nice play, as you mentioned, by Morrell. He comes up, throws a strike, and he does get him at first base.
Well, it's Scott Rowland.
Close play, but he did get him.
Wow.
Had some nice throws by third baseman today.
Yeah. Seen some big league play over there, flashing the leather at third base, or in this case, the barehanded pickup and a great throw off balance on the run. Scott Sizemore hit a home run his last time. There's Austin Jackson. Needed a hit right there, trying to get his club started here in the 6th inning. He came into the game with a .300 batting average.
Well, he does a good job of, dropping the ball. He's starting toward first. He just did not get the barrel of the bat angle enough down the third base line. Otherwise, it would have been a base hit.
Scott Sizemore, 1 for 2 in the game. 3-run homer to win the game yesterday for Detroit. And now he is a strikeout victim, 93 miles an hour with the strikeout.
One of the things that I notice in bunting, because I got to do it so much as a pitcher, is the bottom hand is just as important as the top hand. And to get more angle, you have to keep your bottom hand closer to your hip. And that way it makes your upper arm long enough to actually create that angle. When you have your bottom hand away from your hip, now your upper arm is not long enough to create the angle. So if you get the bottom hand closer to the hip, you can create more angle.
When you say the bottom hand, you mean the hand down by the knob of the bat?
Yes. The bottom hand down there needs to be close to your hip so that your top arm is long enough to create that angle. I always found it was really hard to bunt the outside corner pitch to third with trying to do it with your hands. You have to get really close to the plate so that you keep that bottom hand close to your hip.
Ryan Rayburn with 2 down and nobody on. He is lined out to right center and hit a double. Rayburn has been a hot hitter for the Tigers as they've been scrambling, trying to make up for the loss of Maglio Ordonez and Carlos Guillen. Morrell with the long throw. That's a 3-up and 3-down inning. John Danks rolling along. He's allowed only 2 hits. He's got a 2-1 lead. The top of the order coming for the White Sox. The Cy Young Award in the American League. CC Sabathia won his 20th game for the first time in his career. He's got the most wins of all those candidates. David Price has been outstanding. A real breakthrough year for Price. Clay Buchholz, even though he spent time on the disabled list, has won 16 games for the Red Sox as Juan Pierre leads off against Bonderman and takes ball 1.
Could have the MVP and the Cy Young out of the New York Yankees possibility there. If it goes to winning clubs, that kind of puts people over the top in those close races. With Robinson, Cano, CeCe.
Well, CeCe's got more wins than anybody. Still might win more.
Well, I believe that Herm Edwards had it right. You play to win the game.
Exactly.
So winning those games, in my mind, puts him over the top, because a lot of times an earned run average is a little bit deceiving. For instance, the other day, he won his 20th game giving up 3 runs. The game before, he didn't win, and he gave up no runs against Price. He pitched a shutout for 8 innings or 7 innings. He and Price shut each other out. So, I mean, my thing is you win the ball game. A pitcher should go out there to win the game, not just to pitch well.
And when you're a benefactor of a good offense, don't hold that against somebody, because sometimes you need to trade outs for runs to extend yourself, to rest the bullpen, to give your team a good outing. So a lot of times it's not about run prevention. It is just about winning the game and doing the right thing for your organization and for your team to let them win more games.
Alexi Ramirez, 1 for 2 in the game with a run scored. His run in that first inning, the second of those runs, still the run by which the White Sox lead the game. So you'd like to say, don't just look at all those numbers in regards to not just Sabathia, but any of those pitchers. The earned run average. He also pitches in a park which looks like to be a pretty good place to hit.
Right. As compared to a couple of the other parks, which are not as, or more difficult to hit in. Look, it's a tough decision to make, but I think if all things are equal, then you go to an earned run average, then you go to those other statistics. But I don't think everything's equal there. I would hesitate to say it, but I really believe personally that I don't think the Yankees would trade Sabathia for any of those other pitchers. Mm-hmm. He has done exactly what they paid him to do, which was come over and lead them to a world championship last year. He's done so far this year, done the same thing. So I don't see how you could improve on what he has done for the Yankees for the amount of money they paid him. So, and 20 wins with more maybe to come that's quite an achievement.
He was brought in not just to be a top pitcher for them, but to be a leader of the pitching staff and of the clubhouse.
Right.
And he did all of those things, and then he put the club on his back in the postseason, pitching the biggest games of all. And how many times have guys come to an organization highly paid with all the big resume, and then in the biggest games they either didn't handle the pressure or things just didn't work out for one reason or the other? Well, he did everything they could have hoped for, and maybe even a little bit more than that in that postseason.
He's going to have even more pressure on him this year, because they don't have a solid number 2 that really can dominate.
In 1973, a 42-year-old shipbuilder named George Steinbrenner headed a group that purchased the Yankees and turned that investment into $1 billion business. 2-time Oscar-winning filmmaker Barbara Koppel looks at the New York Yankees as defined by George Steinbrenner's enduring legacy and the future of the historic franchise. The House of Steinbrenner on ESPN Tuesday at 8 Eastern, part of ESPN Films' critically acclaimed 30 for 30, presented by Cadillac.
I'll have to make sure I see that. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Here's Paul Konerko, cleanup man. The White Sox top candidate for MVP awards. The only place, I guess, where Konerko and Miguel Cabrera, both playing in this game tonight, would lose votes is that their clubs end up not really in the running.
I think that there's a difference between, winning the division and, truthfully, they were in the running, for a big part of the season. Mm-hmm. I mean, at the All-Star break, Detroit was 48-38. They were a half game out of first place, so they were a factor at that time. Obviously, they've gone 26-36 since that time. And the White Sox were in the race up until last couple of weeks when they couldn't beat Minnesota. So I don't think they should lose a lot for that, personally. And, I'm a big proponent of the winners getting the spoils.
I think that's Jim Leland's comment as far as Miguel Cabrera is the best player in the league. Might not be the MVP.
Well,
I think that's a subtle way of putting it.
Yeah, that's an interesting comment, though, that he's the best player in the league.
Down and away from Bonderman. Now watch the way the catcher's throwing the ball back here. Gerald Laird stepping out in front of the plate and kind of lobbing the ball back each time. This is 2 pitches ago.
It looks like he's actually stepping with the opposite foot that you normally do it. See, stepping with the right foot, throwing with the right arm, and that's why it really looks awkward.
And it's a walk. The 121st pitch thrown by Bonderman. And here comes Jim Leland. I guess he was hoping Bonderman could get through the 6th inning here. The bullpen has been an adventure for the Tigers. But he is going to bring in some help from the bullpen now with A.J. Przinsky, a left-handed hitter, coming up. Brad Thomas has been summoned. 2 men on, 2 men out in the 6th. White Sox fans sing goodbye. Boys and Girls Clubs of America is the official charity of Major League Baseball, reaching more than 4 million kids worldwide. Visit MLBGoBeyond.com to learn how you can help create a positive place for kids. With Joe Morgan and Oral Hershiser, I'm John Miller. Sunday Night Baseball from U.S. Cellular Field in Chicago. Hey, nice to see you. Watch out for foul balls down there. 2 men on for the White Sox and a new pitcher, the Australian-born left-hander Brad Thomas from New South Wales, Australia. 32-year-old, a veteran of the World Baseball Classic back in 2009. Also played for Australia in the Summer Olympics when they were down under back in 2000. So Brad Thomas, but also had spent time with the Minnesota Twins. His only other big league experience, just a handful of games with the Twins a few years ago. He inherits 2 base runners, Rios at second, Konerko at first, Przinsky the hitter. And he falls behind Przinsky, 2-0.
A.J. Przinsky, another big decision the Chicago White Sox have to decide on. We look at Jeremy Bonderman, putting him to bed. 121 pitches, a career high. That's 7 more than anything he's done this year. At 114 was the high coming in for this year. But on the hook for the loss, no earned runs, no Ks. He worked hard, but he might not get much to show for it.
Definitely could not win the game. 2 unearned runs in the first inning. That's through, base hit. And here comes an earned run against his record. Rio scores, 3-1 White Sox. Przinsky comes through in the clutch, a hit the White Sox have been missing most of the night.
Well, a good job by Przenski. He goes right back up the middle, which is where you're supposed to hit a left-handed pitcher if you're a left-handed hitter. Now watch this ball go right back up the middle. You can see Thomas try to get out of the way. And you see right out in front, that's great contact there, right out in front of the plate. And it doesn't mean you always pull the ball because you hit it in front of the plate, as he does there, but it gives you good extension, and you get the good part of the bat on the ball.
So Konerko now at second. That run charged to Bonderman. Here's Inge, got a tough hop, and the force out at second with Sizemore covering on Przenski. Quentin is gone. Miguel Cabrera coming up. The Tigers' great slugger. 3-1, Chicago. Wednesday night with a doubleheader at 7 Eastern. The race in the American League East between the Rays and Yankees. And they are still going hot and heavy. Evan Longoria and the Rays up against Robinson Cano and the Yankees at 10 Eastern. Adrian Gonzalez, the slugger for the Padres. They're trying to stay alive and get their season turned back around in the National League West. They'll be up against Andre Ethier and Joe Torre's Dodgers. You know, his Dodgers for just a while more now. Wednesday night baseball, part of Lee Jean's Hunt for October on ESPN and ESPN3.com. Miguel Cabrera takes ball one, facing John Danks. There's been only one inning in this game in which the Tigers have put anybody on base. Cabrera struck out on a changeup back in the second, flied out deep to center back in the fourth. The only run for Detroit, a home run by Scott Sizemore in the fourth inning. Danks a little bit low. 3-0 the count. Johnny Peralta on deck. This is a time where with a 2-run lead, he really doesn't want to walk Cabrera. That's in for a strike. Although Ron Gardenhire, 2 nights in a row, we're told, late in games, ordered intentional walks of Cabrera with a runner at first. That's a high strike.
And that's the pitch we talked about earlier that he was trying to lay off of, and they called it a strike. Jeff Nelson says it caught the top of the strike zone, and according to K-Zone, he was correct.
The one that he flew out on, right?
Yeah.
Shallow right center. Oh, nice play. Brent Lillibridge with his back to the infield. Gave a little Omar Vizquel action on that one.
Well, he has been actually struggling a little bit in this series. He came in 0 for 7 in this series, and now he's 0 for 10. You can see the ball's in on him, that fastball in. He gets to it late again. You see the barrel kind of shiver there because he got it toward the label. And a nice play there by Lillibridge going out over the shoulder.
Nobody handles that play better than Omar Vizquel. And He made a few for you, I suppose.
Yeah,
Earl.
when he played for the Cleveland Indians, and he actually turns around backwards like that when the ball's in the sun, and he uses his visor to block the sun on a routine pop-up to shortstop that's in the sun. He will actually turn around and face the outfield and use the visor to shield it. It was absolutely amazing. I saw him do it 3-4 times in a year.
Well, he's good.
He's real good.
11-time Gold Glove winner at shortstop. Only the Wizard himself won more Gold Gloves among Major League shortstops.
I used to joke with him and say, why don't you just wear your sunglasses? He goes, no, I got my visor with me. I'm fine. I got the brim of the cap.
Well, he used to catch a lot of balls barehanded.
He's talking about it.
Yeah.
Routine for him.
Freddie Garcia talking to him about it, and Omar says, oh, yeah. I caught something like that, maybe 11,000.
Yeah, exactly.
John, I want to take a quick moment here so we can say hello to our friend Mike Alicia. He's still a little bit under the weather, or he would be here with us tonight. He's been with us for the last 20 years, somewhere along those lines. He used to come in with us. So,
well, ever since we've been coming in for Sunday Night Baseball.
Exactly.
We usually see Mike Alicia.
Yeah.
And we wine and dine and take advantage of Chicago after Sunday Night Baseball.
All the good places.
With Mike. We don't ever do that anymore.
You're right.
Now we just go right back to the hotel and turn on SportsCenter. And that's it. In case Oro was wondering.
Yeah.
Oh. Johnny Peralta has flied out to right center. Except this is your birthday, Joe.
Yeah, but
that's the beginning of a song, too.
So Peralta gets the walk, only the second walk allowed by Danks, who's been pretty good tonight, Oral.
Real good. And you know what, Johnny Danks, I had the pleasure of coaching him when I was the Texas Rangers pitching coach. He does a few things that are very unorthodox. He steps forward on his windup. You see that there? Then he throws completely over the top with a huge spine angle and a very over-the-top delivery, and his glove is outside his torso. A lot of times when you're cracking the whip, your arm, to make it accurate, you get your glove in the middle of your torso, somewhere between the two hips and the two shoulders to brace that. But you know what? Unorthodox doesn't mean effective. A lot of wins.
That ball is hit deep down the left field line by Casper Wells. That ball is gone. It's tied up. So a beauty being turned in by Danks, but he gives up a home run, and now he'll have to start over. 3-3.
Well, we talked about the ball flying out of this ballpark because it sounded like he got in on his hands a little bit, and the ball was right down the line, and it just carried right out of the ballpark. And we've seen a couple of fly balls carried to the warning track. See, it looks like that ball got in on him a little bit just by the sound of it. Let's see where it hits on the bat. Yeah, see, it hits close to the label, and he still was able to get enough of it, and it carried out of the ballpark.
So the rookie, Casper Wells, with only his third home run. And even though it's a reasonably cool night, it was 61 degrees at game time, the ball has been jumping as it will sometimes. 330 feet to that left field foul pole. They moved those fences in a few years back. It used to be 352 down in the corners. They duplicated the old dimensions in the corners at the foul poles from the old Comiskey. And that's a walk for Brandon Inge, and now Don Cooper's going to come out. Casper Wells tying the game with a home run. Casper Wells, a rookie, one of several rookies with the Tigers. They've had more games played by rookies than any other team in the majors. And Ozzie Guillen just can't believe it. This guy could be pitching that well, and it's 3-3. Are you kidding?
Well, he has been pitching very, very well. A young man put a good swing on, especially to keep the ball fair on something that far inside. Didn't roll his hands over and hook the ball foul. Just stayed inside it with his hands. Hit it right down the line. It's a young team with a lot of appearances by young men.
Not quite 2,000 plate appearances by rookies. The Mets have had the next most, and it's more than 500 fewer plate appearances by rookies. Off the glove of Konerko, played by Litteridge, but not in time to Danks. Bosch just does beat it out. Inge over to second.
Well, obviously, Danks did not get over to first base quick enough. It looked like they were going to have a chance to get him out. Ball goes off the glove, and now here's the second baseman. He was waiting for Danks to get there, and he just could not wait any longer, so he finally had to throw it.
It just never really looked like he got to full stride from the mound, and then he definitely, when he went into the chop steps to find the bag at first, he was late.
Brennan Bosch, who was having a great first half, and the second half has been another story, hitting in the 160s in the second half. Meanwhile, the bullpen has gotten going for the White Sox. J.J. Putz has started to throw, a right-hander. Infield hit for Bosch. Gerald Laird, the hitter, 2 men on with 1 man out. And that cutter down and in. 2-0 the count. Now, he had not been falling behind hitters. He was pitching a fabulous game. He'd walked 1 man. The only 3-ball count he went to was to Peralta in the 4th inning. And now he's behind everybody, seems like, in this inning. He walked Peralta just before Wells' home run, and that ball is smoked into the left field corner to the wall. And the Tigers go ahead. Inge in to score. Bosch to third. A double for Gerald Laird. 3 runs in the inning. And the Tigers have a 4-3 lead.
But therein lies the problem. You cannot pitch from behind and then give them a fastball and get them out. But I really believe he was so disturbed by that ball that went out, the home run, and that's why he walked Inge, the next hitter, on 4 pitches, and that's why he's continuing to fall behind.
Got in on him. He was a little early and got in on him. Just a little bit, not on the real good part of the bat, but enough that when you get the ball up as a pitcher and you let him hit it in the air and find the outfield grass sometimes.
So 3 runs are in, and the Tigers are thinking about getting more as the White Sox bring the infield in, other than the shortstop Alexi Ramirez, who's most of the way in, but not all the way. Now you see how they're playing it. They try to choke off any further scoring by the Tigers. Austin Jackson flied out deep to right center, flied out to shallow right, and was thrown out on a bunt attempt on a beautiful play by Brent Morrell. And that's a strike. Well, Ozzie Guillen has puts up in the bullpen, but he knows that Danks has pitched a very strong game. So he seems to still be confident in his stuff right now, despite the 3 runs. Change up in the dirt, and it gets away from Przinsky, but Bosch hangs on at third.
I think Ozzie Guillen is not only saying he has confidence in John Danks, but he's letting the young pitcher continue to grow as a pitcher, to pitch out of his own jam. As they go forward as an organization, John Danks is going to be part of this rotation. It's going to be a reason they get to the promised land again. J.J. Putz is ready, but John Danks is out there trying to pitch out of his own jam and continue to grow, even when you're struggling a little bit or you get hit with the home run that you don't think it's a home run. You've got to keep your concentration, get people out.
Smoked into left field. Base hit. Bosch is in. Stopping at third is Laird. First hit of the night for Austin Jackson. 4 runs have scored. And here comes Ozzie. 5-3 Detroit. And Putz will be coming into the game now for John Danks. Everything came falling down around him here in the 7th. Hit this 2-run homer down the left field line. That tied the game. A stunning moment for John Danks, who'd been pitching a beauty.
Well, Danks definitely was upset because he didn't think he hit that ball well enough to get it out. And then he proceeded to walk the next hitter. And that's what got him in trouble. He threw 4 pitches to Inge, even though it looked like the last one may have been a strike. He was just lost his concentration all of a sudden. When that happens, I mean, you go blank out there. And that 4th pitch looked like it might have been a strike. The umpire says take your base.
In the first 6 innings, 1 run, 2 hits allowed, only 1 inning in which anybody even reached base. Then this inning started with a pop-up and a nice play by Brent Lillibridge off the bat of Miguel Cabrera, the Tigers' best hitter, one of the best in baseball. But Danks never retired another man after that. 6 straight Tigers reach base against him, and now he's out of the game. And J.J. Putz is in, and Will Rhymes is a pinch hitter for Scott Sizemore. Rhymes hitting .293. They go to the lefty here with the right-hander in, and a pitch out, but Austin Jackson not running there. 24 steals as a rookie, only been caught 5 times.
Well, he does a lot of things well, according to Jim Leyland. He runs well, of course. He plays great defense, and he's a good hitter. And the only thing he has to work on is his strikeouts. He has to cut down on his strikeouts. He had 159, which was leading the American League coming in. So he's got to cut down on that, and that will raise his batting average.
Putz with that bluff toward third, but again, Jackson not running. I think sometimes they figure if the guy's going to run on first move, well, they'll give him a move and maybe they'll trap him.
Well, when they allow you to use that move, which I still think is illegal, there's really no reason to pitch out.
And off the glove of Przinski, and they may well call that a pass ball as Jackson takes second base without having to steal it. It is a pass ball. Now runners at second and third. The infield will have to come in.
That ball kind of tailed on A.J. Przinski. He was trying to frame it to kind of keep it in the strike zone and ended up just taking off on him.
4 runs in for the Tigers. This one was looking pretty nice for the White Sox. 3-1 lead. John Danks pitching a beauty. Going back in left center, and it's over the head of Pierre. Laird scores. Jackson right behind him. A 2-run pinch hit double for Will Rhymes. 7-3 Detroit. And all of the runs are charged to John Danks.
It's really uncharacteristic of John Danks' night, but pretty much a meltdown. He's throwing the ball so well early on. Comes in here 1-3 with a 5.55 ERA in his last 4 starts. But you take a look at this ball again, Joe. The ball is carrying really well to left field. He's not a big fella. He didn't put some great swing on it, but this ball carried a long way to left field.
Well, I actually thought that Pierre was playing too shallow.
He definitely was playing shallow, especially the way the ball's been carrying.
That's the point. The ball's carrying. You should be playing deeper. But they had a scouting report, and that's what they went by.
Ryan Rayburn, the hitter, the 9th batter of the inning for the Tigers. They've batted around now. Rhymes at second, and puts the fastball up and away. 2-0 the count. Miguel Cabrera would get another chance in the inning if Rayburn gets aboard. In fact, unless there's somehow a double play, he's going to come up because there's only 1 out in the inning as long as they've been batting. There's only 1 man that's been retired. 7 in a row have reached after Cabrera popped out to start the inning. John Danks.
And that's why a guy does have a losing streak or things go wrong. I mean, a lot of little things seems to go against him. He gets a bad break here and there and can't recover from it.
There's Juan Pierre, right to him. So 2 men are gone, and Miguel Cabrera coming up. The White Sox still with a shot if they could have done something against the Twins. And on Tuesday, J.J. Hardy doubled in a run, gave the Twins a lead. Denard Span hit a bases clearing double. They won it 9-3. Wednesday, Joe Mauer hit this 3-run homer. The Twins won 9-3. And Thursday, Delman Young, a 2-run homer in the 5th. And the Twins completed a sweep of the series with an 8-5 victory. White Sox were already 6 games behind them. And the Twins left town with a 9-game lead. And it was 10 when today began. The Twins have lost their game, but here are the White Sox suddenly looking as a strong possibility for their 6th consecutive loss. All at home. 0-1 to Miguel Cabrera. The Tigers have 7 runs on the board, and Cabrera is 0 for 3. A ball and a strike, as Przinsky was able to block that one. So John Dank, 6 1/3 innings, 7 runs, which is rather astounding. 7 runs allowed on 6 hits, considering he had allowed 1 run and 2 hits through 6 innings.
The tale of 2 games for that young man.
And that changeup in for a strike. A ball and 2 strikes to Miguel Cabrera. He struck out, flied out deep to center. He hit the pop-up as the first batter of this inning that Lillibridge turned into a nice catch. Johnny Peralta would be next. He's on deck. Two balls, 2 strikes the count.
You see right there that J.J. Putz even knows that the fastball, the up fastball is the one. He tried to get him to go up the ladder and chase, even if he gets it down a little lower than that, maybe get him to pop up. The pitcher will tell you where the opposing team thinks your weak points are. There it is again. He's got an outstanding changeup, an outstanding breaking ball, but he stays with the high heater.
Well, when you talk about a good hitter, you know, Miguel Cabrera is in the Albert Pujols mode. By that, he can adjust to any pitch, anytime. But every hitter has a weakness. There's no such thing as a perfect hitter. They can hit every pitch in every location.
2-2. And the ball in the dirt. Let's throw a split finger pitch. 3-2 the count. John Danks, who I'm sure is having his own problem believing what he's seeing here.
I don't think the smile is because he's in a good mood. I think he can't believe what happened, and he's kind of commiserating with his other starters.
There's that splitter for the strikeout of Cabrera. They get Cabrera out twice in 1 inning. The other Tigers put together a 6-run rally. talking about in his last at bat, the ability to make adjustments by Miguel Cabrera.
Well, this is Phil Hughes throwing mostly fastballs. As you see, a lot of fastballs trying to throw it by Miguel Cabrera. He kept fighting him off. And then on a 3-2 pitch, he threw him a breaking ball, and he hits it out of the ballpark in right center field. I mean, just amazing. That's what you call sticking with your fundamentals, not looking at the count. You know, because 3-2, you're going to be sitting on a fastball in most cases. But he was just sticking with his fundamentals, see the ball, and go hit it. And he did hit it. And that's why he's such a great hitter.
Nearly a third of his home runs this year have been hit to the opposite field.
Now, the 11, that's more than anybody else has hit. You know, and there are a lot of guys who hit the ball the other way. Ryan Howard does a lot of that, and so does David Ortiz now that he's a little late on some of the fastballs. They're in Boston.
Will Rhymes now at second base for the Tigers after his 2-run pinch hit double in the first half of this inning capped the 6-run rally for Detroit. So Rhymes, who pinch hit for Sizemore, stays in. And look at the guys who were knocking in those runs. Rhymes, a rookie. Casper Wells, a 2-run homer. Austin Jackson, the rookie center fielder, although he's been playing all year with the Tigers. As Tien fouls one off to the left. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The Tigers have a lot of rookies that they put out there. 6 runs in the inning on 5 hits. 10 men came to the plate. Casper Wells had the home run that tied the game. And Miguel Cabrera, not only the one guy you really have heard a lot about, but one of the great stars in the game, he made 2 outs. Barehanded. One hot and by Cabrera. Tien continues on and makes it to second base. And that was Brandon Inge over to play second base after the play by Peralta just did not finally happen.
Well, Tien was really hustling, and I mean, he got to first base and immediately turned for second. As you see here, the ball's Peralta doesn't have a good grip on it. That's the first thing. Throws it low. Cabrera tries to come up with it. He can't. But watch Tien. He immediately turns. We'll see it again. Now watch. Because he doesn't have the ball in his fingers, he grabs it in his palm of his hand. He can't make an accurate throw. But a tough error there for Peralta.
Ryan Perry's coming in, and this is the tradition. They sing goodbye to the departing pitcher, Nancy Faust, the famous organist here in Chicago. Seven. The White Sox 3. Maybe you left for a few minutes and you made a sandwich or whatever. Went out and mowed the lawn. I don't know. And it was 3-1 White Sox when you left. You might be a little surprised to find out it's 7-3 now. John Danks knocked out of the box. 6 straight Tigers reached against him in the 7th, and they all scored. There's Ryan Perry on in relief of Brad Thomas. for the Tigers. Brent Morel, the hitter, with a runner at second. It was a single for Tian, an error by the shortstop, Johnny Peralta, allowing him to go to second base. Morel is 0 for 2 with a walk. 7-3. The Tiger bullpen had been a little bit shaky for sure. So we'll see what happens here. Jose Valverde, the Tigers closer, very effective, and he's a rather fearsome closer. Got a great fastball, but he's hurting right now. So Valverde got some elbow soreness, so he's not been available lately. Tigers ahead 7-3 over the White Sox. Morel, a White Sox rookie, and that is in for a strike. How about this? Jeremy Bonderman throws 121 pitches as the Detroit starter. Most he's ever thrown in a big league game. And he threw them in at 5 2/3 innings. He worked hard. Gave up 1 earned run, 3 runs total. Thomas came in. So far, pitched 1/3 of an inning, thrown 8 pitches, but he's the pitcher of record for a win. He faced 3 hitters, and 2 of them got hits against him. That's all for Morel. And that's the first strikeout of a White Sox hitter tonight. Wednesday, Derek Jeter was awarded first base by umpire Lance Barksdale, saying that Chad Qualls pitch hit him. But look at this. Hit the knob of the bat. It looked like it might have actually hit off the upper leg or the thigh area of Jeter. Afterward, the Rays manager Joe Maddon ended up arguing about that call, was ejected from the game. Jeter later scored when Curtis Granderson, the former Tiger, hit a home run and gave the Yankees a 3-2 lead, a lead ultimately that they did not hold. It created a lot of conversation, though, about Jeter.
Also about instant replay and the possibility of using it in the playoffs. Things like that. A lot of columnists brought up that fact. And even here tonight, we had the super slow-mo of the run at home plate. There really wasn't a run, and see that off the end of the bat. But that's just a gamesmanship thing, Joe, that you do the best you can. Derek's comments were that, I'm just trying to get on base. The umpire said it hit me, it hit me. And actually, in some ways, Derek is just backing up the umpire by pretending that it hit his hand.
Well, I mean, there is such a thing as gamesmanship, but, like I said, there's so many new unwritten rules that I'm not familiar with. I don't know why you would criticize a guy for trying to get on base, but there are a lot of, unwritten rules now that I'm not familiar with. When A-Rod ran across the mound, Albert Pujols did it the other day, and no one said anything. So I don't know.
You're talking about the incident when he ran across the mound.
Yeah.
Dallas Braden went after him. And
then Pujols ran across the mound going back to first. It wasn't a big deal, and I never did think it was a big deal.
Well, Joe Maddon, the manager of the Rays, said he saluted Jeter, and he said he wishes his guys would be as effective and try to do the same thing. So he didn't think Jeter did anything wrong. The tag got him. Miguel Cabrera tagging Lillibridge going by on the high throw. Over to third goes Tian. Joe Maddon spoke about the Derek Jeter incident, and here's what he said after that game.
If our guys did it, I would have applauded that too. I mean, it's a great performance on his part. We've run into that over the last couple of years. Several different players within the league are very, very good at that. And again, I'm not denigrating it. If our guy does it, I'm very happy with that if we end up getting the call. It's just a matter of it's very unfortunate in that moment. Fortunately, it turned out in our favor. But it was just really a call that I could not walk away from.
And he got tossed, but his team did come back and win the game. As Juan Pierre grounds out, the White Sox now have had 2 hits in 15 at-bats with runners in scoring position. Ooh. We go to the 8th inning. 8th inning now. The Tigers out in front here, 7-3, as we see some of the super slow-mo moments in this game. There's John Danks throwing that changeup. And that ball, although the bat shivered, as Orel described it, Casper Wells hitting a 2-run homer that tied the game in the 7th inning. And John Danks, the White Sox starter, never got another out. Carlos Torres up from AAA Charlotte. And that was a very nasty looking pitch right there. What is that pitch?
That's his curveball. He has a 2-seamer, a 4-seamer. He has a plus pitch, which is one of his breaking balls there.
Johnny Peralta, the hitter, 0-2. And he pulls it foul.
He also has a very good cutter, which, as we talked about the development of the changeup with young pitchers now, the cutter is something that definitely that is being taught at the lower levels as they come to the big leagues also.
Casper Wells, the man who hit that home run, is on deck as that ball is fouled away. Still 0-2 the count. It is Joe Morgan's birthday. Yours was Orel on Thursday. Happy birthday to you again.
Thank you, sir.
This is the actual event itself.
Yes.
Although I still haven't seen any cake or ice cream. Birthday party, they said.
We don't do that anymore.
I could use a little cake.
Well, we went back in Joe's illustrious Hall of Fame career, and on his birthday, when he was 40 years old, in a pennant race for the Phillies, it was the 8th inning. Big Lee Smith on the mound in a tie game, and Joe hit one. That ball is out of here. Sweet pea Joe Morgan. And they wanted him to come out and take a bow at the Vet in Philadelphia.
Yeah, but we didn't do all that stuff, take bows and stuff, so they did finally
Go
get
ahead.
me to go
You
out
can
there.
take one now.
All right.
I got to know. Tell everybody home, why the elbow? What was that about?
Well, just to remind me to get my elbow away from my body. You know, you're a golfer. If you play golf, you keep your elbow in, it gets the ball in the air. We didn't want to get it in the air.
So you were trying to get it down and get it down next to your side.
Yeah, and more line
get a better
drives.
swing.
Yeah.
Well, that's all well and good, but that home run, that's only part of the birthday story. Because it was a pennant race.
True.
And it was not your first home run of that game.
Correct.
You hit 2 home runs on your 40th birthday, and nobody had ever done that before, and no one has done it since.
Not a lot of guys were 40 still playing back in those days.
Yeah, to paraphrase Yogi Berra, a lot of, or maybe Casey Stengel, one way or the other, probably works both ways. A lot of guys were no longer playing by that current age, at age 40.
Well, 35 was old at that time.
Correct.
You know, guys were retiring and considered like old and washed up at 35, 36, and you're hitting 2 home runs on your 40th birthday.
I'd stored them up because I hadn't done much else.
You'd had a very poor year for 5 months, but you had a great month of September in the stretch run, and the Phillies ended up winning the pennant, going to the World Series. You hit it against Lee Arthur Smith, the great closer. Al Holland eventually got the save, and you were 4 for 5 with 4 batted in, 2 home runs as part of a September to remember. You led the Phillies down the stretch that year, hitting .337, even though you were such an old guy.
Well, like I said, I'd stored up a lot because I'd gone over a lot during that season. I had didn't have a great season, but it was fun playing with all those great players.
Yeah,
Mike Smith.
You weren't
Steve
even the
Carlton.
oldest guy on that team.
No, Pete Rose.
You were one of the young guys.
Perez. I was younger than all those guys.
Strike 3 to Casper Wells.
They called us the Wheeze Kids.
Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, I did. Enjoyed just being around those guys.
No, but did you enjoy being called the Wheeze Kids?
Yeah, it was okay because it was a takeoff on the Whiz Kids, of course, the Philadelphia team that had won the World Championship years ago.
Well, they didn't. They won the pennant.
Played the pennant. Yeah, won the pennant years ago, and we were trying to follow in their footsteps.
You beat my Dodgers.
Correct.
I made the playoff roster as a September call-up on the Dodgers because Steve Howe got suspended. And I got to sit there on the bench and watch you beat us.
Well, watch them beat us. I didn't do much. They had that was a tough series. They had Fernando, I think, Jerry Royce, and a lot of left-handers out there.
Sarge had a big series out in left field, and so did Steve Carlton.
That's why when we do a game out there at 5 o'clock, I know exactly what those hitters are going through. Because we started all those games at 5 o'clock, and it was the shadows were there, and it was very difficult to hit. And thank goodness for Sarge.
He hit well.
You hit a home run in the World Series as well.
2. 2.
Wow.
Yeah.
2 home runs in the World Series, although you didn't exactly go well for your team in that World Series against the Baltimore Orioles.
No.
Carlos Torres, the young right-hander out of the minor leagues, strikes out the side. But the Tigers, nonetheless, still leading. Konerko coming up third for the Sox. Presented by Taco Bell. U.S. Cellular Field in Chicago. It feels like autumn. Summer disappeared, although the forecasters are saying some hot weather is coming back to Chicago in a couple of days.
Well, we only hope during November that it's kind of warm for the World Series.
If November the 4th could be the same as tonight, we would be overjoyed. Ryan Perry, third Tigers pitcher of the game, back for his second inning of work, and it's 0-1 to Alexi Ramirez, trying to get the Sox going with Alex Rios on deck, who's had a 3-hit night, and then the slugger, Paul Konerko. 1 ball and 1 strike to Alexi Ramirez. And that slider is down and away. That was pretty good. Watching that old video, you hitting a home run against Lee Arthur Smith.
I have to tell you, I didn't know it was off for Lee Smith.
You hit one earlier against Dickie Knowles.
Yeah,
I remember that.
I remember Dickie, but maybe I didn't want to remember Lee Smith.
Did he throw you a lot of sliders?
Yeah.
Even to lefties, throw them down and in.
Yeah.
Make you want to roll them over.
And now you guys remember that Joe's Phillies beat the Dodgers in the League Championship Series. The Orioles, to get to the World Series against the Phillies, had to beat the Chicago White Sox. And that was quite a series. Jim Leyland got the Tigers to the World Series in 2006. Although the Cardinals beat him. And that was one of those years where they were on a roll in the postseason and then had to wait around for 7 or 8 days before the World Series ever started. And they did seem to lose some of their edge.
Isn't it when the pitchers threw the ball around an awful lot, too? Made a lot of errors from the mound.
On bunt plays.
Yeah, bunt plays and pickoff plays. They started throwing the ball around, a lot of E1s.
Strike 3 called. Ramirez has a little argument there with Jeff Nelson about that call. Let's see what K-Zone says about it. Right there, says Queso.
96 mile an hour. Right there, yeah.
Yeah, well, it was middle of the plate.
Well, this guy's got a really great arm, doesn't he? There's Ryan Parry. Alex Rios, 3 hits. Look out. Hello. 1 ball and no strikes. Paul Konerko on deck. I'm wondering, psychologically, if you're the White Sox, as that ball is a soaring pop-up way up there, and it is going to be Brandon Inge. And 2 men are gone. They go 10 days ago. They're right there. They had their big showdown with the Twins, and they do not do well in Minnesota. And then they get swept here, and all of a sudden, even when they lost just the first game of that series, it started to look like, hey, it's pretty much over now. And you've been playing big games all year long. Every game's so important. All of a sudden, you come to the park, and it looks like, well, what are we playing for now? You think there's something to that? A letdown for a team like the White Sox?
Well, I mean, I'm sure there is a letdown, but once you take the field, you're supposed to, your energy takes over and your adrenaline takes over when you're playing a game.
Konerko pops it up. Cabrera will give way to Will Rhymes, and it's a 3-up and 3-down inning. Konerko 0 for 3. We're going to the 9th inning now. Bosch coming up, the rookie. Tigers 7, White Sox 3. Out-of-market games per week in HD quality where available on your computer. Visit MLB.tv for details. And there is ball 1 from Carlos Torres to Brennan Bosch, leading it off for the Tigers here in the 9th inning. Tigers ahead 7-3. They try to move back over 500. Little cutter or a slider, and the count is a ball and a strike now. Bosch, Laird, and then leadoff man Austin Jackson. One of the guys we really kind of spotlighted tonight, we had the 2 MVP candidates.
Yeah.
And we say candidates, I mean just 2 guys having MVP quality years. Miguel Cabrera of the Tigers, Paul Konerko of the White Sox, but also Austin Jackson, Rookie of the Year candidate. He's the only guy out of those 3 who even reached base with any kind of a hit in this game. Cabrera 0 for 4, never reached base at all. Konerko 0 for 3 with 2 walks. Austin Jackson actually got a single and an RBI in the 7th inning. 2-2 the count to Bosch. There's Austin Jackson due up third here in the ninth. Strong candidate for Rookie of the Year. And that cutter coming back toward us drops just below. 2-2 the count.
You know, John, you talk so much about moving from crucial games, big games into is there a letdown? Well, Paul Konerko, we went from crucial games to decisions for next year. This is a guy the White Sox need to make. You know, he's on the all-time list for the White Sox. They're going to have to decide, is he going to still be the face of the franchise? And A.J. Przinsky behind the mound. But Konerko is the guy who is really at the top of the record books.
Well, Konerko having a big year, both on the field and still a leader in this club as well. But for the White Sox, fourth on the list for games played, fifth in hits, fourth in doubles. Only one man, the Big Hurt himself, with more home runs as a member of the White Sox. And well over 1,000 RBIs. Also second behind the Big Hurt in that category. They've been one of the greatest run-producing power hitters in White Sox history.
Frank Thomas still has a presence here at this ballpark, still felt. And
they had a day for him. And he was very emotional about it. It really struck him back on August 29th, Frank Thomas Day at this ballpark. They retired his number 35. The ninth White Sox player to be so honored. Thomas retired in February after a 19-year career. Two-time American League MVP. Hit 521 homers and had more than 1,700 RBIs. Frank Thomas.
For a long period of time now, John, remember he was putting up numbers that only Ted Williams and those kind of guys had put up with the on-base percentage, the home runs, the walks, and the RBIs, and the batting average. He had some fabulous careers here. Had a fabulous career here.
Well, he was the guy who would hit home runs, drive in runs, hit over 300,
right,
and walk an extraordinary amount of times. And it would always be the first comparison would be, wow, that kind of reminds us of Ted Williams, the way he'd hit 335, 340, and walk 100 times, and hit 35, 40 home runs.
Tonight was an MVP night, and yeah, he's one of the three White Sox that have won it, but he won it back-to-back years, 93, 94.
Nellie Fox, one of your favorites, Joe.
Yeah.
In 59 won it. That was the year of the go-go White Sox. And they went to the World Series.
Was Dick Allen using that huge bat?
Yeah, oh yeah.
How big was that bat that Dick Allen used? I was a little kid growing up and watching him hit. I'm like, that bat's huge.
Yeah, I used it to loosen up with.
What
he
was
had
it?
A big bat.
Was it 37, 38?
37, somewhere in there.
And what, almost 36, 37 ounces?
Ounces, yeah. Big bat. And he did, and he just hit, he never got it started. Most guys start their bats back to get it, get the bat started. He would just hit from right there and just go forward. And it was unbelievable.
Well, a big bat nowadays is 34, 35, and most are 33, 31 ounces.
And less,
right in there.
Right. Yeah.
That, even from the stands, his second deck, when I used to watch it looked huge.
He won the MVP playing at the old Comiskey Park, which was built for the pitcher. When they built that ballpark almost 100 years ago now, the one player that they got some advice from was Big Ed Walsh, their great pitcher in the dead ball era, a 40-game winner one year. And Big Ed said, one thing you should do, put the fences way back, because nobody wants to pay money to watch a bunch of guys try to hit the ball over the fence. And that's the way they built the old Comiskey. We're going to the last of the ninth, last chance for the White Sox. Przinsky coming up. The Tigers leading the White Sox. And into the last of the ninth we go. In the 7th inning, that's when the Tigers put 6 on the board, starting with this home run down the left field line by Casper Wells against John Danks. Later, Gerald Laird hit this double to put him ahead 4-3. And then Austin Jackson with a base hit to knock in another run, 5-3. And then against reliever J.J. Foots, pinch hitter Will Rhymes over the head of left fielder Juan Pierre, a 2-run double. That made it a 6-run inning before they finally got to second and third outs. All of the runs were charged to John Danks. Now Phil Koch, who in the absence of their regular closer, Jose Valverde, had some elbow tenderness. Phil Koch has been closing, and Koch's done a great job for them. The former Yankee won a World Series ring for the Yankees last year.
Well, Valverde was obviously one of the top closers in the game and was exciting to watch.
Big hulking guy, kind of in the Lee Smith
Correct.
mold physically, and a hard thrower, intimidating presence. Brzezinski, left center field. Bounces over the wall. An automatic double for AJ.
And that's his 3rd hit of the night.
Can you have a player of the game on the losing side?
Well, I think on this play we shouldn't see the bat wiggle as much because it sounded like he hit this one pretty well. Yeah, see, there's not as much vibration and wiggle there from the bat.
I like Oral's. I mean, nothing wrong with wiggle because it wiggles, but I like shiver.
Oh,
I think you might have said shiver. I think it's your
know.
birthday. You can have credit for it.
No.
But you know what? I just thought about that's a microcosm of when I said, can we have an MVP of the game on the losing side?
Right.
You never do it. So why in the MVP voting can we even vote guys that the team has a losing record?
Okay.
Just multiply it out for 162 games. I'm not sure. Do we ever pick an MVP of a game that's on the losing side?
It is not unprecedented.
No, there have been MVP winners of the World Series that were on losing sides. I remember, I think Bobby Richardson, didn't he win it with
1960?
Yeah.
If you take it all the way down to one game, then you say, well, that's just such an odd thing and a rarity. It'd be hard to pick an MVP for a season that's not on a winning team.
Well, Ernie Banks won it 2 years in a row for the Cubbies.
And the Cubs were not very good in those days.
Yeah.
Andre Dawson?
Well, all Cubbies, though.
1987.
So what's your point, Joe?
Well, the Cubbies.
Andre hit 49 home runs in 87. Yeah. Cal Ripken won for a Baltimore team that was
is that
at a very poor year.
Best player compared to MVP?
Well, that's the argument.
Yeah.
Some people say, hey, there should be a separate award given to the best player in the league.
I've lobbied for that to be the Willie Mays Award for years, and no one seems to listen.
That ball hit well by Quentin, but it will stay in the yard. Austin Jackson. Brzezinski tags and goes to third.
Would it be Willie Mays or would it be Ernie Banks?
Well, I'd say the Willie Mays Award because they don't have an award named after him. They do have one after Hank Aaron, their name for Hank Aaron, and I think it's great.
Here is Manny Ramirez to pinch hit for Mark Teahan. Manny has had 48 at-bats for the White Sox, and he's hit 12 singles and 1 home run. His 1 extra base hit, the homer, came here on Friday night against the Tigers.
And it was also his only RBI.
He's had 1 extra base hit, 1 homer, 1 RBI. He's only scored 4 runs.
But when I talked to him earlier, he was bemoaning the fact that he had been injured most, early part of the year and just did not have enough at-bats to be effective.
And his free agency will be very interesting. Does he go to a non-contender to help sell tickets, and can they pay him enough? Or does the contender really want to, plug him into the lineup and say this was a down year? Do they think the production will come back?
Manny with the Dodgers hit .311 in 66 games. And he was hurt most of the year. He missed about half of the Dodgers games with various injuries, and had just gotten back from injury when the White Sox made the waiver claim, and the Dodgers finally said, just take him. So there was no player given up by the White Sox. They had to take on all of his remaining salary for this year, just under $4 million reportedly.
Well, you can see he's very late there on the fastball. I watched him in batting practice, and he was swinging the bat pretty well.
He was facing Max Scherzer. Had gone 84 straight at bats without a home run. His last one had been June 19th with the Dodgers at Fenway Park. And his teammates were very excited for him. His first home run as a member of the White Sox. Nearly 3 months after his last home run against anybody.
Well, you can see he's late on that pitch, and we saw the 2-0 pitch, which was a fastball. 2-0 counts. You're looking for a fastball, and you're still late. I mean, he's very late. He hits this ball actually behind the plate when he makes contact. The ball's behind it. So you can see there that he's definitely not getting the barrel out front, and he does it again on the 2-1 pitch. But again, he mentioned that he's not, his timing is off.
Facing Phil Koch with a runner at third, 1 out in the 9th inning. Full count, 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
Well, there you see he's had more base hits to right field so far this year than any place else. Manny did hit a lot of balls to right field even when he was on top of his game, but not more than he did to left field.
He had only 8 home runs and 196 at bats, with 15 doubles with the Dodgers. Stays alive, and Koch is just coming right after him with hard stuff. Period. This may be the most fastballs in one trip to the plate Manny's seen from a lefty since when?
Well, I would think that would be the scouting report. Just go after him with good hard stuff. And again, let's see where this one is. See where the barrel? That's behind the plate. That is nothing you can do. You're just lucky to make contact.
Well, he's definitely not as intimidating as, at least in the pitcher's mind, as far as pitch selection. And when you throw it, and even when you miss your spot and they're late, that even makes you more confident.
Went to an off-speed delivery, fouled off the right field line. Phil Koch will try it again.
That may go back to that comment that Pete Rose made about pitchers.
What's that?
Not being smart, because he's throwing a fastball by him. Now he speeds up his bat by throwing him a little breaking ball.
The only off-speed pitch you really want to throw him is one that he can chase. You don't want to speed up his bat. Yeah, in the strike zone, and when you're at 3-2 count, you're definitely not looking to bounce something.
And back to the hard stuff. Got a little extra on that one, 97 according to our radar gun rating. But Manny had not come close to really catching up to any of those fastballs. This will be the 9th pitch of this confrontation between Koch and Manny Ramirez. There's Przinsky behind Manny over at third base. RBI opportunity here for Manny. Doesn't even need a hit to get an RBI here. He's had just the one with the White Sox. And the slider, he walks him.
You know, Pete Rose may have been right.
Well, what was that comment again?
I can't remember it now.
Pitchers aren't smart. They try and trick guys that they're beating with one pitch.
All right, Chevrolet player of the game. And there were several candidates, but nobody who just jumped out and said, I'm the guy, come on. So we're going to go with a guy who threw 121 pitches, kept his club in the game, although the White Sox were threatening every inning against him. And finally they made the comeback, but only after he was out of the game. So he won't get a win in this one. But Jeremy Bonderman is our Chevrolet player of the game.
Well, let's say he worked the hardest.
He did work the hardest.
121 pitches.
But I think there's sometimes, especially with young pitchers, that are struggling. They give up some runs early, and they forget that, hey, just hold the line now. Your team has a chance to come back. Brent Morrell, the hitter. Line drive, base hit, right center field. And with Andrew Jones on deck, Przinsky scores. It's 7-4. And Andrew Jones would come up as the possible tying run of the game.
Best pitch in baseball is a fastball, but you have to locate it. When it's up, it's easier to see. And we show Manny, who is late, and I don't know if that's on time, but it's not as late.
No, I mean, that's pretty good, I would think. You know, it was a line drive to right,
that's
kind of
sure.
Back through the middle, right center.
Brent Morrell, rookie out of Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. And that's his third Major League RBI. The first one not delivered by a home run. So here's Andrew Jones. Speaking of home runs, if he hits one here, this game is tied. Ball one. Andrew, so far this year, has hit 19 home runs in only 269 at bats. And he's going to get a visit now from the pitching coach, Rick Knapp. ESPN's coverage of the hunt for October continues Wednesday night, a doubleheader starting at 7 Eastern. The American League East, the two beasts, the Rays and the Yankees head-to-head. Evan Longoria and the Rays. Robinson Cano, the Yankees, that at 10 Eastern. Adrian Gonzalez and the Padres up against Joe Torre's Andre Ethier and the Dodgers. Wednesday Night Baseball, part of Lee Jean's Hunt for October on ESPN at ESPN3.com.
And the fans who are here, they're feeling the moment. And there is an opportunity here if Andrew Jones can take advantage of it.
He is tied on the all-time list of home run sluggers with one of your fellow Hall of Famers, Edwin Duke Snyder.
I'm glad you said that because today is Duke Snyder's birthday as well. Yeah, today is Duke Snyder's birthday.
And of all the guys who had that birthday, he had a lot more home runs than you did.
Correct. And he lives in Palm Springs, so hopefully he's watching.
Duke Snyder, one of the all-time greats. Phil Koch is behind him, 3-0 with the left-handed hitting Juan Pierre on deck. Although if he walks him, the possible tying runs will all be on base. Pierre not a home run threat. Manny at second, Morrell at first. That's in there for a strike. And the Tigers without their regular closer, Jose Valverde. We got some more action going on in the bullpen. That is Robbie Weinhardt, a right-hander. Two men on, one man out. And now 3 men on.
There's no defense for a walk. He's struggling with the location, especially up, and then when he tries to throw a strike, a lot of times he's wide to the arm side.
All of this very frustrating to Jim Leland. Throw strikes.
Well, that's the last thing you want to do when you're ahead by 3 runs is walk hitters.
Now a pinch runner over at first base, Alejandro De Asa, a much faster runner at this stage of Andrew Jones' career than Jones. He represents the possible tying run. Remember, he walked Manny Ramirez. It was a long battle, but one where Manny did not seem to have a prayer of getting around on his fastball. Ended up being 9 pitches, and on the 9th one, Manny got the walk. He's now at third, Morrell at second, De Asa at first. Here is Juan Pierre. Ball 1. Strike zone jumping around on Phil Koch. Pierre is not a home run threat, but he is a threat to hit one into the gap somewhere or down the line, which could get all three of these guys home. Pierre, 1 for 5 in the game. 2-0.
And this ballpark is playing small tonight. The ball has carried well all night, so don't think about Juan Pierre being a non-power hitter. Already 23 pitches and only gotten 1 out.
1 run is in, 7-4. Jim Leyland's Tigers on top. Bases loaded. Middle infield looking for the double play ball. He got the call on that one. And Pierre didn't seem too happy about it. 2-1. Alexi Ramirez, a right-handed hitter, on deck.
The guy sitting next to us, John, would not have taken that pitch. Joe would have been saying, I'm looking to heat her in and I'm letting it fly.
Well, there are times when you have to look for certain pitches in certain locations.
Strike 2.
You'd have been swinging at that one too, Joe.
Man. Well, Pierre is one of those guys, he knows that he doesn't mind hitting with 2 strikes.
Yeah.
Only 1 out in the inning. Phil Koch struggling with his control. Pierre, an excellent 2-strike hitter. Left field, falling, in there, base hit. Manny in to score. The throw gets through all the way to home plate. It's 7-5. Now the possible tying run is a base hit away from scoring.
Well, good job there by Pierre. He just battled him until he got the fastball away, and then he hit it the other way. He was looking for a pitch away. The first couple of strikes were on the inside part of the plate, but that one was away.
Jim Leyland is going to bring in the right-hander, Robbie Weinhardt. With the bases loaded and Alexi Ramirez up. Remember, there's still only 1 out. 7-5. Tigers will be right back. And some of the highlights of SportsCenter upcoming walk-off winners today. 0-2 danger zone in the NFL and the NASCAR chase surprise. There's Robbie Weinhardt, young right-hander, recalled for the minor leagues on September the 1st from Toledo. Although he made his major league debut earlier this year in July for the Tigers. He was used as a reliever in Toledo as well. And he is in to face Alexi Ramirez. Ramirez, who had one of his biggest home runs as a member of the White Sox a couple of years ago against Detroit. And the fastball is in there for a called strike. It was the year where the White Sox had a scintillating run at the end of the year and then finally set up the makeup game of a rainout with the Tigers, who were not going anywhere. They had to win it to set up a playoff game with the Twins. That's to the screen, but the runners, as it bounces back toward Laird, decide to hold. Morel, the runner at third, saw it bounce back as he started to the plate, then turned around and went back. It was September the 29th of 2008, and this grand slam off Gary Glover helped them win that game 8-2, forcing the one-game tiebreaker against Minnesota for the American League Central title. It was quite a finish to that season. The White Sox actually won the tiebreaker as well and played Tampa Bay in the division series. Got into the hands. And quickly, he's ahead of Ramirez. 0-2. Ramirez has a single and a walk in this game. One hit, 4 at-bats. Been on base twice. Alex Rios, powerful right-handed hitter on deck. Still only 1 out in the inning. 2 runs are in. Morel at third. De Asa, the possible tying run at second. This is hit softly. They get the 1 at second and nobody else, and now it's a 1-run game. Scoring, Morel. De Asa goes to third. Pierre out at second. And Alexi Ramirez safe at first. He gets an RBI.
Robbie Weinhardt is out there pitching for Jim Leland. Jim Leland says it's more important to judge your players in September, your young players, than in spring training. He loves to get the young guys in right now. And what a better time to impress your manager than to solidify this inning and sock away this win for the Tigers.
He is trying to get his first save as a major leaguer. Robbie Weinhardt in his 24th major league game of the year. And Alex Rios. That's a strike.
Well, you got to give him credit. He's come right after Ramirez, and he comes right after Rios. And as you mentioned, that's what a manager likes to see, especially after he's watched all these walks. And pitchers getting behind so far early part of the inning.
Yeah, he was 1-1 with a 1.57 in Toledo. So this young man knows how to pitch. Pitched at a very high level at AAA.
Rios has had 3 hits tonight, and that is in for a called strike. Every pitch he's thrown has been a strike so far.
Well, the one thing you got to watch for is the catcher's having problems throwing the ball back to the pitcher. He's changing his footwork just to make sure he makes a good throw, and the pitcher's coming down off the mound to get it.
Yeah, that's Gerald Laird back there. I worked with Gerald when he was with the Texas Rangers and moved over here to the Tigers. But yeah, he is definitely throwing from when I last saw him a completely different way back to the mound.
Look out, he hit him. And that's going to bring up Paul Konerko on an 0-2 pitch. He has not only brought Konerko, who has had an MVP-type season, to the plate, but he has moved the possible winning run into scoring position. Alexi Ramirez over to second, with the possible tying run, De Asa at third.
Well, that is not, and this is not the way you want to get your manager's attention and show him that you can do this job. You're getting ahead. You just overthrow. That ultra slow-mo, that gets deep.
Well, there was no place for Rios to go because he has that stance where he kind of locks himself in, so it's very difficult for him to get out of the way.
You've talked about that many times.
Yeah.
The guys nowadays really don't know how to get out of the way the right way.
Yeah.
Well, it's as if they seem to be very confident in what Konerko's about to do. They're still down by a run. They need a hero. And the guy who's been their best candidate to be a hero is at the plate right here with the bases loaded. Just the man they'd want up with the game on the line in the last of the 9th inning.
Second all-time in home runs, second all-time in RBIs in the Chicago White Sox history.
And he is hitless in this game. Ball 1. What a spot for a young right-hander, Robbie Weinhardt, to be in, trying to get his first major league save, but facing one of the best hitters in the game here in 2010. Paul Konerko, 37 home runs for the year, hitting .321 at game time. 2-0. He can't pitch around him. There's nowhere to put him. The bases are loaded. If he walks him, the game is tied. A.J. Przinsky, who led off the inning with a double, is on deck. De Asa, the possible tying run at third. Ramirez, Alexi at second, the possible winning run. And here comes De Asa. This game is tied.
Well, what do you do now? Do you go ahead and pitch to Konerko, or do you put him on first base and face Przinsky? I think you have a better shot at pitching to Konerko because he's right-handed. Przinsky has been swinging the bat very well tonight. But we'll see what Jim Leland wants to do. Not only that, if you walk him, and then you may end up walking Przinsky as well. You can see all of a sudden he can't find the strike zone, so I don't think I would walk Konerko intentionally.
They're not going to walk him intentionally. They pour a fastball through there for a strike. 3-1. Now he's trying to get the Tigers into extra innings.
He's working that gum. Jim Leland managing this 3,000th game, and he still cares. The Tigers might be out of it, but he is into this game.
4 runs have scored for the White Sox in the 9th inning. And the possible winning run, Alexi Ramirez at third. It's a walk to Konerko. And the man who started this rally has a chance to come up and finish off the Tigers, A.J. Przinsky.
It was interesting. Remember last week, Bobby Cox said he couldn't remember his 1,000th game win and 2,000th. Well, I tell you what, if Jim Leland loses this game, he will remember his 3,000th managed game, the game he managed for his 3,000th game.
I love the fact that he is grinding every pitch.
A.J. Przinsky, 3 hits plus a sacrifice fly. 2 runs batted in. Ball 1.
Well, the one thing I do know is if he gets 2-0 on Przinsky and he grooves one, he's going to line it someplace.
A ball and a strike.
Well, at least he stops that.
Robbie Weinhardt, 24 years old, born in Chicago. Bases loaded, 2 down, tie game. And he hit it off his foot. Strike 2. Santos, the big right-hander, Sergio Santos, getting ready in case there's a 10th inning. Przinsky, the 10th man to bat in the inning. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Broken bat. They're going to have to hurry. Peralta, what a play. With the game on the line, Peralta got his man. The White Sox tie the game, but they do not win it. And we'll see another trip to the plate for Miguel Cabrera in the 10th inning. And we go to the 10th inning, and Sergio Santos is on to pitch for the White Sox, 27-year-old right-hander. Santos, who had been an outfielder, but when they received him back in a trade with the Giants during spring training of last year, they converted him to a pitcher. And he really has been a revelation as a pitcher. He's had 47 innings and 50 strikeouts. Throws hard. Omar Vizquel now at second base after Lillibridge had been lifted for a pinch hitter. So Vizquel is now the second baseman. Here is Will Rhymes, 96-mile-an-hour fastball. And there is Alexi Ramirez. Rhymes had a 2-run pinch hit double in the 7th. His only other trip to the plate. That double made it 7-3 Tigers. That was the capper of a 6-run 7th-inning rally. Then the White Sox scored 4 runs in the 9th inning. In that rally, 3 walks and a hit batsman.
Well, that gets John Danks off the hook. And we thought he pitched well enough in the ball game, just had a bad break or two, and saves him a loss.
Here's Ryan Rayburn with Miguel Cabrera on deck. High and deep into right center, but it will stay in the yard. Quentin.
Well, they're hacking.
They are, and Santos is coming right in trying to throw strikes. I'll tell you what, no defense for those walks and hit batters. That'll drive Jim Leland crazy. I don't care if it's your 3,000th game or you. Young man, you're out there trying, and it's the speed. The game speeds up on you. When you get to the big leagues in your first few 10, 15, 20 outings, it's amazing how fast your mind is working and how quickly you think things are happening around you. You don't take the same inventory of how to regain composure, how to regain command and rhythm, and it can spin out of control on you.
Broken bat. And Omar Vizquel throws out his countryman, Miguel Cabrera. A 4-pitch inning for Santos. Carlos Quentin, then Manny Ramirez coming up. And last of the 10th inning, Robbie Weinhardt back for more. All 4 of those 9th inning runs for the White Sox charged to the record of Phil Koch. Koch only got 1 man out, gave up 3 hits, walked 2. Weinhardt himself walked 1 and hit 1, but also, and I left this part out when I recapped it the last time, threw a wild pitch. It was the wild pitch that brought the tying run home.
How could you leave that out?
Here is Inge. And it's dropped by Cabrera. Carlos Quentin is safe.
Well, we've seen Inge make great plays all night. This ball was thrown toward the base runner, toward home plate. And I'm not sure that Cabrera didn't take his eyes off of it to see where the runner was. See it again. It gets there in the air, so he should have caught it.
It is, we're looking at it in slow motion. You're in the line of fire if you're first baseman. You got to make sure you get your arm out of the way.
Yeah. The physical part of that is routine. The mental part of it is not. Feeling that base runner come down on you.
Manny Ramirez. That's the 13th error of the season, by the way, by Miguel Cabrera, the most of any first baseman in the American League. A lot of errors by a first baseman.
Definitely.
Here's Manny, who walked as part of that ninth inning rally. Remember the 9-pitch battle he had with Koch? Couldn't get around to that fastball. Finally, Koch ended up walking him on a slider. At the knees for a strike from Weinhardt.
Well, Weinhardt has had trouble throwing his fastball for a strike, and he likes to throw his slider. And his slider, because he's young, he's a little nervous, he's overthrowing it and is hanging on the inside part of the plate. I haven't seen him really throw a good slider low and away to a right-handed hitter. And with Manny's bat being a little slow, that's a slider speed bat. He could catch up to one of those if he thinks that's the out pitch.
The slider, too low.
But you see how that pitch was on the inner half of the plate. That's a slider that's slower than your fastball to the inside part of the plate. And if you get that up a little bit to a guy whose bat is not as quick as it normally is, it's a very hittable pitch.
And there's a big hole on the right side, and if Manny's late on that fastball, that's the way he'll hit it.
Fouled into the stands off to the right.
And you can see the hole over here, and Manny being late on the fastball again. If he hits it, it's going to go toward right field, and he's late again.
Brent Morel, rookie, on deck. Ooh, he did not get the call on that one. And how Manny could take that one, I'm not sure.
Well, he took it because he couldn't hit it. I mean, a lot of times you don't take a pitch because you think it's a strike. You take it because you can't hit it. And that's knee high over the outside edge. That's why he took it. He could not hit that one. And remember, all the other pitches he has thrown him have been up a little bit.
There again, strike three call.
I think Manny was sitting slider.
Looking for something. Well, it's the old saying, go look for something you can hit.
Right.
He was late on the fastball. Maybe he was looking for the slider.
Last two pitches, I think he's looking for that inside slider that he left on the lower half for a ball. And I think Manny, as smart a hitter as he is, this one was called a ball, lit up as a strike, fastball at 92. And this one is a strike, called a strike at 90. But you don't see Manny Ramirez take two fastballs like that if he's feeling good.
But you're right. I mean, I think he probably was looking for a slider.
Yep.
Something that he could handle.
Yep. And especially from a young pitcher that usually pitches in a pattern of I get ahead with my fastball, but when I get to a place where it's an out pitch, I'm going to go to my breaking ball.
Brent Morel, 1 for 4 with a walk. His one hit came in the ninth inning. He knocked in the first of those 4 ninth inning runs with a single over the second baseman's head. Fouled off the right field line. SportsCenter will be on right after the ball game with the huge full day in the world of sports. A lot of action to tell you about. It will all be laid out on SportsCenter.
I think the Raiders won too.
I saw the Raider game, 15-10 or something, I think.
16-14.
16-14.
Who did they play? Kansas City?
No, they played St. Louis Rams.
Oh, that's right.
Off the hands, foul again into the crowd. Morrell hanging tough. He hit .326 for Birmingham this year in Double-A ball. As he's sort of auditioning for Ozzie Guillen, the general manager, Kenny Williams. Slider in the dirt, blocked by Gerald Laird. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That was the 201st pitch thrown by a Tiger tonight. Been a busy night if you're a Tigers pitcher. 121 of those thrown by the starter Jeremy Bonderman in 5 2/3 very difficult innings where he was running the gauntlet over and over again. The White Sox forever had runners on against him. White Sox have stranded 16 base runners in this game. Laird came up ready to throw, diving back to the bag safely. Quentin, there was no throw. 2-2 to Morrell. Omar Vizquel on deck. Phil Koch got charged with all 4 of those runs in the 9th inning. The lefty. He got into that battle with Ramirez and walked him. And he had a hard time throwing strikes the rest of the time he was in there. Weinhardt keeping the ball down to Morrell.
He's got a lot of movement on his fastball, Laurel, but, you know, and you said he can't get the breaking ball over, but the fastball has a lot of movement.
He's got good sink. And maybe when the nerves calm down and the rhythm comes back into his body where he can repeat his delivery and make some pitches, that what the Tigers see in him will start to be there at the big league level.
Rayburn near the warning track. So Morrell goes down. 2 down in the 10th. And now Omar Vizquel. Omar done a lot of great things in his career, but not a guy who hits a lot of home runs.
Especially walk-off home runs, right?
Well, he's had a great year for a 42-year-old. You see that .283 batting average. He has done everything the White Sox could ask. So actually had to play third base on an everyday basis for a while because of injuries.
Ball 1 broke in all the way back in 1989 with the Seattle Mariners. Went to Cleveland in 1994. Sort of everything changed for Omar when he went to Cleveland.
Looking at the fewest walk-off wins in the major leagues this year, 2 by the White Sox.
And if they're going to win this one, they're going to have to win it in a walk-off. There's no other way to do it. But that's not been part of their resume most often this year. 2-0 the count to Omar. And a pop foul out of play off to the left. Omar came into this game with a 270, or into this season with a 273 lifetime average, but he followed a similar career path to Ozzie Smith in that at his first stop, he was not known for his offense at all. But he became a much better hitter as he went along.
2,792 hits, a lot of hits.
4th all-time among switch hitters. And there he adds another one. Quentin to third, the throw cut off. And now Juan Pierre comes up to try and win this one for the White Sox.
Well, if you're the Tigers, you better be aware be looking for the bunt.
I will never forget Juan Pierre leading off the World Series in 2003 against the Yankees, and he bunted for a base hit to start that World Series. Well, the bunt now, you have to have supreme confidence in your ability to beat it out. You have to beat it out or it does you no good. Pierre had an RBI single in the 9th inning rally. It's a strike.
And you see him making eye contact with Carlos Quentin down at third, so Quentin is aware that he may try to bunt.
Juan Pierre on Sunday Night Baseball at Wrigley Field earlier this year. Interleague play. Remember Ted Lilly's no-hitter into the 9th inning for the Cubs? Pierre's the man who broke that up. Not this time. Casper Wells. 2 men stranded. 18 stranded for the game. Peralta and then Casper Wells coming up. Johnny Peralta will lead off for the Tigers in the 10th inning against Sergio Santos. And then Casper Wells and Brandon Inge. Tigers, their offense has hardly existed tonight except for the 1 inning. But in that 1 inning, they scored 6. That was the 7th. And Peralta started that rally with a walk. We're in the 11th inning now. What did I say? 28th? The 10th. We already had the 10th inning. Yeah, it's the 11th inning now. What's the maximum?
Is it still Joe's birthday? Let's see. Yep, still your birthday.
Yeah. I was prepared for your birthday from innings 1 through 9.
Were you born on the East Coast, Central Time, West Coast?
In the middle. I was in Texas.
Central Time.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's still your birthday.
Well, it's perfect because we're in Central Time now.
Yeah.
Now, what happened? Sergio Santos is having a problem, and A.J. Przinsky went out, and then Przinsky waved to the dugout. Herm Schneider, the longtime trainer of the White Sox, is going to come out along with manager Ozzie Guillen.
You know, I saw something when he was warming up that, he only threw like 4 pitches in his first inning. And now he came out and he went to throw a warm-up pitch, the very first one. And sometimes you're tentative if you feel something or maybe you're stiff coming out of the dugout. And this is the very first warm-up pitch. We caught it on camera. And it's almost like you're feeling for it. And then he goes, okay, all right, I feel that I'll be all right. And then he made a few good warm-up pitches as he went. And here's the last pitch. Not as far outside as that warm-up pitch, but he definitely felt something.
Well, it looks like that he's going to stay in. He's going to throw another ball, I think.
A lot of gyrations out there, almost every pitch when he's been in between.
Well, the plate umpire is still out by the mound, Jeff Nelson, and he wants him to throw a pitch. Now, Ozzie and Herm had both left. Ozzie stays out on the field and has a look at him throwing that pitch.
Yeah, we're just speculating. We don't know anything, but it just seemed like he says he's okay.
There's Scott Linebrink, number 71, up in the bullpen, veteran right-handed reliever. Johnny Peralta, right-handed hitter with power. and it's 3-0.
96 miles an hour, so that's pretty healthy there.
Yeah, he looks terrible. An outfielder turned to pitcher. That's a called strike. And this is only the second year that he's been a pitcher. 3-1 the count.
And it's one thing to have a great arm. The other thing is you have to get adjusted to throwing down a slope.
Morel. That's a second outstanding play tonight by him. He was hugging the line to guard against the extra base hit and still covered up that hole.
And like Inge has a strong arm. Watch this quick release. He doesn't even take an extra step. Look at that. Very quick release and a strong arm to first base.
A scouting report by Ozzie Guillen saying that he's going to be a great third baseman. We're going to see it tonight.
So now Casper Wells. He tied the game back in the 7th inning with a 2-run homer. His only hit of the night. Popped up. Konerko. 2 down. Herb Schneider. Seemed to me Herb Schneider's been the trainer here forever.
As long as I can remember, anyway.
Herb Schneider was a trainer here when Tony La Russa was the manager of the White Sox. That ball is fouled back to the screen by Brandon Inge. Inge has power. He's a threat to go deep, although he's only hit 11 this year. Remember, he came back from a broken bone in his left hand, for which he stayed on the disabled list only 15 games. Off the inside, a ball, not a strike.
I can't imagine that because the doctor says, 4 to 6 weeks at least just to heal, and a bone doesn't even completely harden for 10 weeks. And I have personal experience on that right now. You ask why I know.
I was listening to you. I said he's an expert on that.
Oh, yeah. I did a little shattering of my left arm up in the Rocky Mountains on a dirt bike. My mother asked, what are you doing that at your age?
That's what Joe and I were asking.
I couldn't do it when I was playing.
What do you think you were doing, Bulldog?
I was riding it as an amateur and proved it.
Tigers bullpen is going with Eddie Bonine warming up. Number 49. He threw him a changeup. We're back to the changeup again.
Where we started, right?
Now this guy has very little pitching experience, but he changed up there. Been throwing everything 96, 97 miles an hour.
His changeup is a very, very good pitch. It's got screwball action to it, and it's one that he picked up pretty quick in his conversion time from fielder to pitcher.
That's a swing and a miss. Przinski's throw. And it gets away, and that's going to be more than one base, and maybe more than 2 bases. All the way to third goes Brandon Inge on a strikeout.
A breaking ball in the dirt, a pretty good one. And AJ has a little trouble with it. It'd probably be considered a strikeout wild pitch. And then when the ball gets away at first, good heads up by Brandon Inge. And we talked about his tenacity and his impact, his hustle, and what he'll mean to a ball club next year if he's not with the Tigers. He brings energy and concentration, and he makes an impact just every day in the locker room and just the way he approaches everything.
I guarantee you, a guy like Jim Leland, when he sees that, makes a big impression on him as far as
decisions for next year.
Now, this is interesting. Ozzie Guillen is having the left-handed batting rookie Bosch walked intentionally. Gerald Laird, the catcher, a right-handed hitter on deck, but they've got Johnny Damon sitting on the bench tonight, a left-handed hitter.
Well, if he goes that far, it means he would have to walk Damon as well, which would load the bases.
For Austin Jackson, Rookie of the Year candidate, hitting 300.
Yeah, but he struck out 159 times. You'd rather face him than you would Johnny Damon.
Damon with bat in hand.
It's interesting to see because I think Jim Leland realizes that if he uses Damon now, he may waste him.
Well, he's going to go with Laird.
Yeah, I think he has to, because in this situation, you don't know how long this game is going to go, and if you get him in a position where Damon can hit without being walked, then that's when you want to use him.
And a lot of managers don't ever like to use their backup catcher unless there's no other choice. So here is Laird, 1 for 4 with an RBI. It's a called strike. Laird having a miserable season with the bat. Laird hitting only .202 for the year, his worst year. First and third, 2 down. Santos on the hill. Base hit to left field. Genius.
Yeah.
The second hit of the game for Laird, and he has a chance to be the hero now. He has put the Tigers ahead with a clutch 2-out hit in the 11th inning.
Well, the White Sox scored the tying run in this game on a wild pitch, and now a strikeout wild pitch ends up putting the go-ahead run in scoring position. Gerald Laird just on a fastball down, hitting .202, but comes through right here, and he's right on that. The bat doesn't vibrate at all, and he strokes it into left field, about a 1-hopper in the 6-hole.
So now Bosch at second, Laird at first, and here is Austin Jackson. 1 hit, 5 at bats. Pretty good swing on that one, fouled away. Jackson, his only hit, knocked in a run back in the 7th inning as part of the Tigers' big inning. They were down 3-1 into the 7th. They'd had only 2 hits in the game, and they scored 6 times in the 7th. And the White Sox scored 4 times in the 9th. They were down 7-3 to tie. That's why we're still playing in the 11th. Tigers are back ahead now. Miguel Cabrera, his team has scored 8 runs basically without him tonight. He's 0 for 5. Jackson back out of play again, facing the hard-throwing Sergio Santos. Brandon Inge with 2 down and the bases empty. Struck out, except then he also scored the go-ahead run in the same inning. He struck out on a wild pitch and ended up at third base on a wild throw by Przynski. Base hit to left field. Bosch comes around third. Heading for third is Laird. Heading for second is Jackson, and he beats that throw from Juan Pierre. It is 9-7 Tigers. Second hit of the game, second RBI of the game for rookie Austin Jackson. Juan Pierre has never had a strong arm from the outfield, and obviously with some speed, the Tigers said everybody's going to take off.
Well, I think what happened, he looked at third, and then by the time he realized he couldn't get the guy at third, it was too late to get Jackson at second.
So it's a double for Austin Jackson. And here is Will Rhymes. That's Jackson's 32nd double of the year. Rhymes had a 2-run double as a pinch hitter in the 7th inning. Runners at second and third, 2 runs in for the Tigers. And I'm sure Jim Leland wouldn't mind if Rhymes got another hit right here to make this a 4-run lead. Sports Center comes up right after the game. It is midnight in the East. Good morning. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan and Oral Hershiser. And the Tigers and White Sox playing overtime. We're in the 11th inning. The White Sox scored 4 in the 9th to tie the game. Now the Tigers with 2 home here. Paul Konerko, that's the inning. Konerko due up third for the White Sox. 9-7. Inge and the Tigers back ahead. A.J. Przinsky. And Przinsky maybe ruining the wild pitch in the 11th inning here and his wild throw. But he started the big comeback in the 9th inning with this automatic double that bounced into the crowd. Pinch hitter Manny Ramirez walked against Phil Koch. Brent Morel, the rookie, knocked in a run to make it 7-4. Andrew Jones, opposite pinch hitter, he walked. And then Juan Pierre got a base hit, and it was suddenly 7-5 as Manny scored. After a force out, made it 7-6. Alex Rios got hit, and then this wild pitch brought home Alejandro De Asa, the pinch runner, to tie the game. What a nightmare of an inning for the Tigers. White Sox had only 3 hits in the inning. There were 3 walks, a hit batsman, and that big wild pitch. But now they're trying to wrap it up once and for all. And here's Alexi Ramirez, who's knocked in that 1 run, had 1 hit with a walk. He'll be followed by Alex Rios and then Paul Konerko. So they've got some of their top hitters coming up here against Bonine. The right-hander, Bonine. Eddie Bonine. He's the 6th Detroit pitcher of the game. There is Alex Rios on deck. Sorry,
Our scouting report on Bonine, John.
Yeah.
It says 90. He goes over 90-92. He's got a changeup and a knuckleball.
Well, let's see it.
Exactly.
When you see it, you tell us, Oral.
From up here?
Come on.
I'm going to be watching the monitor. I'm going to pick it up. We got to use Super Mo.
2-1 the count. Bonine facing Alexi Ramirez. That's a strike on the outside with a fastball. 2-2. 25,417, the official paid crowd. Not that many of them still here. It's turned into a late night baseball in Chicago. Up the middle, base hit.
Well, they're not going to go quietly. White Sox fought back in the bottom of the 9th, and now they're trying to fight back here in the bottom of the 11th.
Game summary. 6-run 7th inning for the Tigers. They were down 3-1 against John Danks. And out of nowhere, a 6th spot. Then 2 more in the top of the 11th to once again go ahead. The White Sox, of course, down 7-3. They scored 4 in the 9th to tie the game. But I'm sure the frustration with the White Sox is that they feel like they should have won this one long ago. They had base runners at every inning. There's only been 1 inning where they didn't put anybody on base. The whole 9th. They've left 18 men on. They've gone 4 for 21 with runners in scoring position as a team. And Alex Rios takes the slider. 2-0. You've got Konerko on deck. Rios has had 3 singles and was hit by the pitch in the 9th inning. There's Konerko. That's a strike on the outer part of the plate. 2-1. Tigers have action in the bullpen. That is Daniel Schlereth, a left-hander. You got Przinsky due up after Konerko, a left-handed hitter. Off the outside. 3-1 to Rios. Rios hitting .288 for the year. He's got 21 home runs. Former Toronto Blue Jay. Jim Leland. Man, it's hard to get a win. It's hard to get back over 500. Out of play, 3-2. And for the White Sox, not only have they been taking their lumps and basically saw their postseason hopes go up in flames this week right here at home. They haven't won a game at home all week. They're flying to Oakland after the game. Last time I did that, Joey, it took several hours. 3-2 the count. And a high foul off the right field line. The Bonine will try it again. There's Przinsky, hoping to get a shot to do something here in the 11th. Eddie Bonine came up with the Tigers in 2008. had look season, both that season and last season. That foul will come back out of play. Bonine is in his 43rd game of this season. 62 and 2/3 innings pitched, 76 hits allowed, and only 25 strikeouts.
Well, he's featuring a high fastball. He hasn't been able to throw the breaking ball for a strike, so all the hitters can just about sit on fastballs and see what they can do with it.
Out of the University of Nevada. Three and two the count to Alex Rios. And he walks it. Here we go again.
Building an inning. Jim Leland is scratching his head again because it's being built on a walk. What did they have when they came back and tied it? 3 walks and a hit batter that inning when we saw him pacing?
3 walks, a hit batter, and a wild pitch. Just the coup de grace, I guess, the wild pitch after all the wildness. That brought home the tying run, the wild pitch. Schlarent, the lefty, and Alfredo Figaro, the right-hander. All of the other able-bodied relievers have been utilized. And it was fortunate for Jim Leland. He'd only had 1 inning out of the bullpen in this series before tonight. So everybody's well rested. Here's Konerko. MVP numbers. Slider in the dirt.
He has not been able to throw a slider for a strike. So as a hitter, you just eliminate that pitch and sit dead red and try to find something you can drive.
The growing pains of a young pitcher, you throw it as hard as big leaguers, you break it as well, but it's all about consistency. Consistency for hitters and consistency for pitchers.
The possible tying runs are on base. Ramirez at second. The possible tying run himself, Rios at first, is very fast. Now, Laird out to talk to Bonine. When this game is over, we'll go right to SportsCenter. They've had a chance to not only write the scripts and rehearse, polish, they've had a chance to do rewrites and do even better yet. It could be one of the greatest sports centers of all time with all the extra time they've had to be prepared tonight. Tigers ahead 9-7 in the 11th inning. Eddie Bonine trying to get the save here, but he's got 2 men on and nobody out, and one of the great hitters in baseball at the plate. He goes to a curveball, and that is out of the strike zone.
Well, he had to throw a strike with it if he's going to throw it, because Paulie wasn't going to chase it because he's sitting dead red knowing that he can't get the breaking ball over. And even if he throws it for a strike there, he was going to take it.
Remember how long it took to get to that pitch? Paulie Konerko is hitting .390 in 1-0 counts, and 21 of his 37 home runs came in that count. So Gerald Laird, as a veteran catcher behind the plate with a rookie on the mound, knows that stat, I am sure. And it took them 3-4 shakes, and then Gerald had to have a mound meeting in the 1-0 count to Konerko to go, look, this guy's hot in this count. This is a bad count. We've got to throw him some other than a fastball.
2-1 now. Konerko 37 homers, 105 runs batted in. Began the night hitting .321. Changed up on it. 3-1.
Well, he's always been a good guess hitter, a good cheating type hitter. And when you see the 1-out count stats, that tells you that he's very good when he can back you into a corner. And he backs you into a corner early.
Outfield deep. That ball is gone if it's fair. It is a foul ball. Wow, he hit a screamer down the line. And it would not stay fair.
Well, that was a fastball kind of tailed in on him a little bit. If it stayed out over the plate, he could have kept it fair. But he's got to know a fastball is coming. But he was just a little too quick on it. And you can see it was close.
Paulie thought he hit it hard enough that it wouldn't hook or would get Hook after the pole.
Konerko will have to try it again. 3-2 the count. 2 men on, nobody out. Strike 3 call.
Well, after he hits the fastball, he thinks he's going to come with a breaking ball, and he comes back with another fastball.
Konerko argued a little bit with Jeff Nelson. He may have thought it was too low.
Well, the problem is he can't get anything else over, and Paulie has to think about that. Fastball, he got a fastball in that he hits foul, and then this was a fastball out over the plate. And they're going to make a pitch and change.
So Daniel Schlereth is going to be brought in.
Well, there's a fastball almost in the middle of the plate. He pulls it foul. Now watch where this one is, toward the outside and down. But there was no doubt it was a strike.
So now, the son of ESPN's Mark Schlereth enters the fray to try and save this one for the Tigers with 2 men on. Brzezinski coming up. We'll be back. To the 8th inning from U.S. Cellular Field in Chicago. And Eddie Bonine, having gone 1/3 of an inning, allowing a single and a walk, departs with 2 men on base. And Daniel Schlereth comes in to pitch. His father, Mark, played for 12 years in the NFL with the Redskins and Denver Broncos, was on 3 Super Bowl champions. And, of course, is now an NFL analyst for ESPN. Daniel Schlereth went to the University of Arizona, originally selected by the Athletics, but he did not sign, and then signed eventually by Arizona, the Diamondbacks. Part of a big trade, and that's how the Tigers got him. First ball swinging, this could be 2. They get the 1, but the ball a little late, being thrown by Will Rhymes. Had a hard time getting it out of his glove, so they get the man in the middle. Rios at second as Ramirez goes to third, and Brzezinski is safe at first.
Well, if you're Jim Leland, you're just glad to see a guy come in and throw strikes in this situation.
And throw a breaking ball for a strike. Great for a young pitcher to come in, go left on left, and be able to execute that breaking ball and really get the ground ball that should have ended the game if it wasn't bobbled at second base. But a very nice pitch coming in. Throw that breaking ball for a strike, get the ground ball.
So now Carlos Quentin, powerful right-handed hitter, also formerly with the Arizona Diamondbacks. He's had 1 hit tonight, been hit by a pitch. 1 hit, 5 official at bats. 25 home runs for the year. 2 men on, 2 men out. And the slider snaps in there. Called strike. It's going to be a breath of fresh air for Leland. See this young guy come in there and just very confidently start throwing strikes.
And something other than a fastball.
1-1 to Quentin. Another breaking ball fouled off to the left. So the White Sox are down to their final strike, trailing 9-7 in the 11th inning.
Well, looking at the scouting report, it says he has a mid-90s fastball. Didn't say much about his breaking ball, but he is definitely throwing one.
It's a good one. It's a good sharp one. It doesn't start out too high. It stays in the plane so that it's going to be a chase pitch someday. Almost got it right there. When you have a breaking ball that comes out of your hand looking like a fastball and then can leave the strike zone, that becomes something that's like a chase pitch. If you have one that's really super high, and we see he does a nice job, gets his head out of the way. That's one of the tips Sandy Koufax used to give me when you want to throw a really good breaking ball. Just at the very end, get your head out of the way to let your shoulder clear a little bit more, and you really get that extra bite on it.
There's a fastball, but he just kind of shows it to him.
94, though. That's not a show-me fastball. If you can locate that, maybe get a little movement. And the original topic we started with tonight, that changeup. It's the makings of a pitcher on the mound.
But now he threw that fastball well out of the zone. What's this pitch going to be?
I make it look like a fastball right down the middle, but breaking in his back leg. Make it be a breaking ball. And back to the fastball. What do I know?
Well, you probably know what he should have done.
Yeah.
He looked a little upset with Jeff Nelson, although
that was a ball.
That ball was not, I don't think it was that close.
No.
3-2 the count. Brzezinski runs from first and he walks him. After all of those strikes, it puts him on. That moves the possible tying run into scoring position, although Brzezinski's not a fast runner now at second, but it also puts the possible winning run on base. And here comes Manny Ramirez. Another chance for Manny to get his first RBI. In this case, maybe not his first anymore. He got his first RBI on Friday night. But his first RBI that would get everybody really excited here.
Remember, we talked about Manny's bat being a little slow. Watch out for the breaking ball inside again. Something he can catch up to.
Fastball away.
Not only that, this is a left-handed pitcher
exactly
that he's seeing, not a right-hander. He may be able to catch up with the fastball from the left-hander. Because you can see it quicker and better.
So the runners, Alexi Ramirez at third, Brzezinski at second, the possible tying run, Quentin the possible winning run at first. He had not thrown that fastball for a strike yet. 1 ball, no strikes.
There it is.
Got
You're
the
right.
fastball in there.
Yeah, well, see, Manny wasn't late on that one.
Higher velocity than he's seen, but early now.
Yeah, and not only that, you can see the ball quicker from the left-hander, so he sees that it's a fastball, and therefore he can get the barrel of the bat out there a little quicker.
Although he was consistently late on Phil Koch's fastball, although he was more 95, 96 miles an hour.
There was a little bit more. A little more giddy up on it.
1-1 the count. Bases loaded. And there's the slide piece, and it's low and inside.
And I'm not so sure I'd want to throw that, but we'll see. I mean, it seems that he thinks that's his best pitch. And if he feels that way, he's going to have to throw it.
Those who are here chanting Manny. Everybody's standing. Bases loaded with 2 down. Down by 2 runs. That is in for a strike.
Now that's a big time breaking ball there. It starts off the plate outside, and it's hard to recognize from the right-handed hitter. See, if you're left-handed, you can see that. And that's why Brzezinski was able to swing at it the first pitch, because you can see it. But if you're right-handed, it's very difficult to pick that spin up on that ball that starts that far off the plate outside.
Last strike for the White Sox again. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 3 men on, 2 men out. Down by 2 in the 11th. And Manny backs away.
I remember Manny struck out looking on 2 fastballs his last at bat. And we think it may be because he was sitting breaking ball. I don't think he's going to make that same mistake here.
No.
I think he'll be fooled on the breaking ball, but he'll be on the fastball.
The breaking ball. Strike 3 call. And so it goes for Manny in his White Sox incarnation. Not going well.
Well, there's no doubt that pitch was a strike. But as I said before, it's hard to see that breaking ball from him. See how it starts way outside?
First career save for Daniel Schlareth. And the Tigers have swept the series. 9-7 in 11 tonight. Sports Center at long last coming up. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. For Joe Morgan, Oral Hershiser, and our entire Sunday night crew, John Miller saying good night from Chicago.